Hey there. Tonight, we're stepping into robes, crowns and courtrooms. Not the pageantry, not the tabloids, but the slow, strange, and often exhausting saga of the British Monarchy, from shadowy beginnings to all the royal oddities that came after. You'll hear about heirs and impostors, ceremonies and scandals, and the very long road from feudal kings to constitutional monarchs. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who's out there drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights. Let the crown rest heavy on its velvet pillow. And let's begin with the very first king they tried to remember. Let us begin, if you will, at the hazy half-lit edges of history, where myth, legend, and fact swirl together like a sleepy fog rolling across the English countryside. A time before Britain was Britain, before kings wore crowns, and before anyone thought to complain about taxation without representation. When we speak of the British monarchy, we often leap straight to Norman knights, Tudor intrigue, or the grand pomp of coronations in Westminster Abbey. But to understand the monarchy properly, one must wade back into the mists of the so-called Dark Ages, a period rather darker in reputation than in reality, though I assure you the candlelight was rather dim. We might as well begin with Arthur. Yes, that Arthur, the Fellow of Camelot, the Knights of the Round Table, and an inconveniently magical sword. Historians, ever the spoilsports, tell us there is no solid evidence that King Arthur existed at all. And yet, his legend was so potent that it provided later monarchs with a ready-made template. A king brave in battle, wise in council, and rather fond of sitting at round furniture. Arthur's supposed reign, if it happened, would have been sometime in the late 5th or early 6th century, in that curious limbo after the Romans packed up their sandals and left Britain to its own devices. The Roman legions withdrew around the year 410, which left a political vacuum about the size of Hadrian's Wall. Into this void came waves of newcomers, Angles, Saxons, Jutes, names that sound more like firm cheeses than invading tribes, but they were rather more troublesome than that. The story of Arthur, embroidered over centuries, gave Britain a kind of mythical founding father. Even monarchs as late as the Tudors used Arthur's name to bolster their own legitimacy. Henry VII, the first Tudor, even named his first son Arthur in a deliberate nod to the legend, though the poor boy inconveniently died young, leaving the throne to his brother Henry, who turned out to have quite a few wives and even more problems. But I digress. As the Romans disappeared and the so-called barbarians settled, Britain fractured into a patchwork of small kingdoms. Historians call this the Heptarchy, meaning 7 kingdoms, though in truth there were rather more than 7. Names such as Northumbria, Mercia, Wessex, Kent, Sussex and East Anglia dotted the map. These kingdoms were not large by our standards. Indeed, a determined walker could have crossed some of them in a day, provided he wasn't distracted by sheep or waylaid by raiders. Each kingdom had its own king, its own warriors, and its own ambitions. And, as you may guess, when you put too many ambitious kings in too small a space, the result is a great deal of squabbling. Wars flared, alliances shifted, and thrones changed hands more often than the royal cupbearer filled the goblet. Yet amid the noise and chaos, something remarkable was happening. The very idea of kingship was being shaped. These early rulers were not merely warlords with good helmets. They were beginning to embody authority, law, and a certain sense of sacred duty. Kings were crowned not simply because they could swing a sword, but because they were seen as chosen by God, or at the very least by the leading noblemen with the sharpest axes. Of all these early rulers, one name stands out above the rest: Alfred of Wessex, known quite rightly as Alfred the Great. He reigned from 871 to 899, and in an age not exactly overflowing with greatness, Alfred earned his epithet honestly. Alfred's kingdom of Wessex faced relentless Viking invasions. These were not polite passing visits. The Vikings came with swords, axes, and a worrying fondness for burning things. Alfred fought them, lost to them, fled them, and then, famously, rallied his people from the marshes, eventually forcing a settlement. The treaty created what came to be known as the Danelaw, a portion of England under Viking control, while Alfred held on to the south and west. He was not only a warrior king, but also a scholar and reformer. Alfred established schools, translated Latin texts into Old English so that common folk could read them, and even improved the legal system. In short, he made himself more than just a battlefield commander. He became the kind of ruler who could inspire loyalty and establish a lasting legacy. If Arthur was the dream, Alfred was the reality, and a rather good one at that. Another element shaping the monarchy in these centuries was the steady spread of Christianity. Missionaries arrived from Rome and Ireland, bringing with them the cross, the book, and of course, a talent for persuading kings that baptisms were excellent for legitimacy. Christian kingship gave rulers an aura of divine sanction. The coronation ceremonies, which later reached their full splendour in Westminster Abbey, had their roots here, with bishops placing crowns upon heads, anointing kings with holy oil, and declaring their authority to be God-given. This marriage of sacred ritual and political power gave the monarchy a gravitas that no mere warlord could command. And, if nothing else, the presence of bishops helped ensure that history was written down. After all, it was the monks who recorded much of what we know from this era. One suspects they occasionally exaggerated the piety of kings who donated generously to their monasteries, but that too is part of the long and sleepy tale of monarchy. By the 9th and 10th centuries, the balance of power was shifting. Wessex, under Alfred and his descendants, began to dominate. His grandson Athelstan is often considered the first true king of England. In 937, Athelstan's victory at the Battle of Brunanburh united the English against a coalition of Scots, Norse, and others. The chroniclers were delighted, writing poetry about it with all the enthusiasm of monks finally given something more exciting than crop yields to record. By the year 1000, England was taking on a recognisably united form. Kings ruled from Winchester, issued coins with their names stamped upon them, and governed realms that stretched across the land. This did not mean peace, of course. Vikings still arrived with unnerving regularity, and succession disputes remained a reliable source of entertainment or despair, depending on one's position in the line of inheritance. And so, we come to the twilight of the Anglo-Saxon monarchy, a line of kings who reigned before the dramatic arrival of the Normans. Among them was Ethelred the Unready, whose unfortunate nickname was not a compliment. Unready came from the Old English unread, meaning poorly advised. Indeed, Ethelred's reign was marked by ill-fated decisions and renewed Viking attacks. One imagines his council meetings were a little like a modern committee trying to decide on office paint colours. Plenty of debate, very little progress. After Ethelred came his son, Edmund Ironside, briefly, and then Canute, a Danish king who ruled over England, Denmark, and Norway. Canute is remembered for sitting by the sea and demonstrating that even a king could not command the tide to halt. Contrary to later retellings, he did this not out of arrogance, but to show his courtiers the limits of royal power. A useful lesson, though the tide remained unimpressed. By the mid-11th century, Edward the Confessor sat on the throne, pious, reserved, and fond of building churches, notably Westminster Abbey. Edward died childless in 1066, sparking one of the greatest succession crises in English history. 3 claimants rose: Harold Godwinson of England, Harold Hardrada of Norway, and William, Duke of Normandy. The stage was set for battles, invasions, and the end of the Anglo-Saxon era. But that, dear listener, is a tale for our next chapter. For now, rest with the thought of those early kings, some legendary, some real, all part of the long winding thread of monarchy. From Arthur's mythical sword to Alfred's real resilience. From Viking raids to Christian coronations. The foundation stones were laid. The monarchy was no longer merely a collection of squabbling warlords. It was becoming an institution, one that would endure through crisis after crisis, war after war, and eventually into the quiet stability of today. So close your eyes, if you haven't already, and imagine the rolling hills of early England, dotted with wooden halls, smoke rising gently from hearth fires, and the steady rhythmic chant of monks recording names of kings into the pages of history. Their ink has long since faded, their candles long since burned down, but their work whispers across the centuries, telling us, in calm, deliberate tones, how it all began. In the year 1066, England stood on the edge of a storm. A storm not of weather, though there were plenty of those, but of ambition, armies, and crowns. When Edward the Confessor died childless, he left behind more than an empty throne. He left behind questions. Who should be King of England? And when more than one man believes he is the rightful heir, the result is usually not polite correspondence, but rather men in armour swinging sharp metal at each other. Harold Godwinson, Earl of Wessex, was the most powerful nobleman in England. On Edward's death, Harold was crowned king with the blessing of the English nobles. A sensible choice, one might say, and the coronation was duly carried out at Westminster Abbey. But there were others who disagreed. Harold Hardrada, King of Norway, claimed that the English crown had been promised to him. He was a warrior of fierce reputation, a man who believed that kingship was best decided on the battlefield. And then, across the channel in Normandy, William, Duke of Normandy, insisted that Edward had promised him the throne years earlier, and that Harold himself had sworn an oath to support his claim. Whether Harold ever swore such an oath is debatable, but William was not a man to be discouraged by such details. And so, in that fateful year, 3 men set their sights upon the crown of England. Harold Hardrada landed first with a Viking army, and at the Battle of Stamford Bridge in September, Harold Godwinson and his English troops met him. The fighting was brutal. Legend has it that a single Norwegian warrior held the narrow bridge against the English for some time, cutting down attackers before being outflanked and slain. By the day's end, Hardrada was dead, his army shattered, and Harold Godwinson victorious. But the victory came at a cost. Harold's men were exhausted, bloodied, and scarcely had time to rest before news arrived that William of Normandy had landed on the southern coast. It is difficult not to feel a little sympathy for Harold at this point. One day he was fighting off a Norwegian invasion in the north. Scarcely a fortnight later, he was marching his weary men south to meet the Normans. On the 14th of October, 1066, the armies clashed at Hastings. Harold's forces formed a shield wall, braced shoulder to shoulder, their spears jutting outwards like the spines of a hedgehog. The Normans attacked with cavalry and archers, charging again and again against the English line. For hours the shield wall held, until a series of feigned retreats tempted some of Harold's men to break ranks and give chase. That, as it turned out, was a mistake. The Normans wheeled around and cut them down. By the end of the day, Harold Godwinson was dead. The Bayeux Tapestry, that long embroidered record of the conquest, famously depicts him struck in the eye by an arrow, though whether that is fact or artistic embellishment is uncertain. What is certain is that William had won. He was crowned King of England on Christmas Day 1066 in Westminster Abbey, with both sword and sermon making clear that a new age had begun. William's victory was not merely a change of ruler, it was a transformation of the entire system. The Normans brought with them their language, their architecture, their customs, and above all, their version of feudalism. England was divided among William's followers, great lords who held land in return for service to the king. At the base of the pyramid were peasants who worked the fields, while above them were knights sworn to serve their lords, lords who in turn owed loyalty to the king. The whole structure resembled one of those elaborate tiered wedding cakes, though considerably less sweet. To keep track of his new realm, William ordered the Domesday Book in 1086. This great survey recorded who owned what, from castles down to sheep, and provided the crown with a detailed picture of the kingdom's wealth. Some peasants might have been surprised to learn that their humble pig now appeared in the king's record, but William left little to chance. The name Domesday was no accident. It suggested a final reckoning, like the Day of Judgment itself, when all accounts would be revealed. It was a statement of authority as much as a practical document. The Normans stamped their presence on the land in stone. Great castles rose across England, the Tower of London chief among them. These were not built merely for show, but as symbols of domination and instruments of control. A castle on the hill told everyone who was in charge. It told rebels that resistance would be futile, and told peasants that the Lord's authority was here to stay. In the years that followed, England's rulers were Norman kings who also held lands in France. This gave them power, but also created difficulties. For when one is both King of England and Duke of Normandy, one owes feudal loyalty to the King of France for those continental lands. It is a little awkward to be both a king and a vassal, rather like being both the headmaster of a school, and yet obliged to do as one of your own teachers commands. The result, unsurprisingly, was centuries of tension between England and France, punctuated by wars, raids, and occasional uneasy truces. William was succeeded by his sons. First came William Rufus, a man known for his temper and extravagant tastes, whose reign ended rather suddenly with an arrow in the New Forest. Whether that arrow was an accident or not has been debated ever since. His brother Henry seized the crown quickly thereafter, establishing a reputation for efficiency and earning the nickname Beauclerc, or Good Scholar. He issued a Charter of Liberties, something of a forerunner to the Magna Carta, though not nearly so famous. His reign was troubled by disputes with the Church, arguments with barons, and a tragedy at sea, the sinking of the White Ship in 1120, which drowned his only legitimate heir. The lack of a male heir brought England into what became known as the Anarchy. On Henry's death, his daughter Matilda claimed the throne, but many barons preferred Stephen of Blois. The result was nearly 2 decades of civil war. Castles were besieged, loyalties shifted, and chroniclers sighed that Christ and his saints slept during those years. It was a period when law and order weakened, and the crown's authority was battered, though not destroyed. Eventually, compromise prevailed. Stephen remained king, but it was agreed that Matilda's son, Henry, would succeed him. When Stephen died in 1154, Henry Plantagenet indeed took the throne, and a new royal house began its long story. Through these turbulent decades, the Norman and early Angevin monarchs did more than simply wear crowns. They reshaped the English realm into something more centralised, more structured, and more enduring. They fused together Norman vigour with Anglo-Saxon tradition, creating a monarchy that, despite frequent crises, grew increasingly resilient. It is worth pausing to consider the quiet cultural shifts of this era. The English language itself began to change, absorbing French words into its vocabulary. The architecture of churches stretched upward in the new Romanesque style, with rounded arches and heavy stone. The image of kingship became more formal, more distant, more infused with ritual. No longer was a king merely the strongest man in the hall. He was anointed, crowned, and vested with sacred ceremony that bound him to God and realm alike. And yet, despite all the pomp, kings remained human. They argued with their nobles, worried over succession, and suffered unexpected arrows while out hunting. In the calm tones of hindsight, one might even say that the monarchy of England in these centuries was learning how to balance the sword and the sceptre, force on one hand, legitimacy on the other. Both were necessary. Without the first, rebellion was inevitable, but without the second, loyalty could never be sustained. As we leave this chapter of the story, let us picture England under its new rulers. Castles rising against the skyline, bishops advising kings, scribes recording in neat Latin letters the names of manors and fields. The old Anglo-Saxon nobility had been swept aside, replaced by Norman lords. Yet beneath them, the peasants tilled the same soil, drove the same sheep, and endured the same rains. History had shifted, yet life for most remained stubbornly ordinary. And so the monarchy endured, reshaped by conquest and tempered by struggle. The Normans had brought fire and steel, but they had also brought permanence. What began on the battlefield at Hastings settled into a system that would, in one form or another, last for centuries. The crown had survived its greatest upheaval, and it would not be the last. But for now, the kingdom slept under Norman rule, and in that sleep, new stories were already waiting to unfold. The Middle Ages in England, as it were, unfolded much like a very long play in which the costumes grew increasingly elaborate, the castles taller, and the intrigues more labyrinthine. By the 12th century, the English monarchy had settled into something recognisable, though not entirely comfortable, as the Norman dynasty's successors continued to extend their reach. These were centuries of crusades, feudal obligations, barons in a perpetual state of grievance, and kings attempting to assert their authority over subjects who, irritatingly, had begun to believe they possessed rights of their own. It is, in short, a story of the monarchy finding its limits, sometimes by rather painful trial and error. We might begin with Henry II, who reigned from 1154 until 1189, a man of formidable energy and intellect. He managed to hold vast lands that stretched from Scotland to the Pyrenees, thanks to his marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine. Eleanor herself is one of the more remarkable figures of the age, as spirited as she was politically astute. She had once been Queen of France before crossing the Channel to become Queen of England, a career progression that would make anyone's resume stand out. Together, Henry and Eleanor produced a brood of children whose quarrels would provide England with years of entertainment and civil strife. Family dinners, one imagines, were somewhat tense. Henry II is also remembered for his turbulent relationship with Thomas Becket, the Archbishop of Canterbury. Their friendship soured when Becket began to assert the independence of the Church, much to Henry's irritation. Henry's exasperated remark, whether or not he truly uttered it, "Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest?" was, alas, taken rather too literally by 4 loyal knights. They promptly dispatched Becket within Canterbury Cathedral in 1170, a scandalous event that sent shockwaves across Christendom. Henry was compelled to do penance, which included the rather humiliating experience of being flogged by monks. Medieval kingship, despite its splendour, occasionally came with such inconveniences. After Henry, we encounter Richard I, more famously known as Richard the Lionheart, who reigned from 1189 to 1199. Despite being an English king, Richard spent very little time in England. His true passions lay abroad, crusading in the Holy Land, leading armies, and securing a reputation as a valiant warrior. England, meanwhile, served primarily as his piggy bank, financing his adventures. He is revered in legend, though in reality he treated the kingdom as something of a secondary concern, much to the frustration of his subjects. Richard's brother, John, succeeded him in 1199. King John has suffered centuries of poor press and largely deserved it. He was a petty, suspicious man, prone to losing both friends and territory. Most infamously, he managed to lose the Great Duchy of Normandy to the French King Philip II, which one imagines was not his finest hour. His oppressive taxation and arbitrary rule eventually provoked a rebellion among the barons, leading to a confrontation at Runnymede in 1215. There, John affixed his seal to the Magna Carta, a document often hailed as the cornerstone of constitutional liberty. At the time, it was merely a peace treaty between a beleaguered king and disgruntled nobles, but its symbolism has endured through the ages. One wonders whether John realized, in that moment, that he was signing himself into the annals of history more for this reluctant concession than for any of his dubious achievements. The 13th century brought Henry III, who reigned for an astonishing 56 years, from 1216 to 1272. His reign was marked by devotion to art, architecture, and religion, but less so to effective governance. He lavished money on projects such as the rebuilding of Westminster Abbey, a splendid endeavour, though it drained the royal coffers. His weakness allowed for the rise of Simon de Montfort, who led a rebellion and convened what is sometimes considered the first English Parliament in 1265. Though Henry eventually regained control, the precedent had been set. Kings would increasingly find themselves accountable to assemblies of their subjects. Edward I followed, reigning from 1272 to 1307, and he was altogether more formidable. Tall, stern, and determined, Edward was a soldier king who sought to impose order across his realm. He conquered Wales with ruthless efficiency, building an impressive network of castles that still stand today, silent monuments to his iron will. Scotland proved rather more difficult. Though Edward won battles, Scottish resistance, most famously led by William Wallace and later Robert the Bruce, ensured that full conquest eluded him. Edward's reign was also notable for the expulsion of the Jews from England in 1290, a harsh act reflecting the prejudice of the age. For all his accomplishments, Edward's legacy is tinged with this cruelty. The 14th century ushered in Edward II, who reigned from 1307 to 1327. Edward II was, to put it kindly, unsuited to kingship. He preferred rustic pastimes, such as digging ditches and fraternising with commoners, which did not sit well with his nobility. His favouritism toward certain companions, most notably Piers Gaveston, caused outrage among the barons. Eventually, his reign collapsed into chaos, and he was deposed by his own wife, Isabella, and her ally Roger Mortimer. His fate, shrouded in grim legend, became one of the more notorious episodes in medieval monarchy. Edward III, who followed, proved a more capable monarch. His reign, from 1327 to 1377, was long and in many respects glorious. He established the Order of the Garter, a chivalric institution that still exists today, and he launched the 100 Years' War against France, claiming the French crown through his mother's lineage. The early stages of the war saw English victories at battles such as Crécy and Poitiers, where the longbow demonstrated its devastating effectiveness. Yet Edward's reign was not without tragedy. The arrival of the Black Death in 1348 decimated the population, killing perhaps a third of England's people. The shadow of plague fell over all the splendour of his court, reminding us that even the mightiest kings could not command the course of disease. Richard II, Edward's grandson, succeeded him in 1377 at the tender age of 10. His reign, from 1377 to 1399, was troubled from the start. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 erupted in response to oppressive taxation. Though Richard showed remarkable courage as a boy king confronting the rebels, his later rule descended into tyranny. He alienated his nobles with arbitrary arrests and a taste for extravagance. Eventually, his cousin Henry Bolingbroke returned from exile, deposed Richard, and crowned himself Henry IV. Richard was imprisoned and later died, possibly starved, in captivity. Thus ended the Plantagenet line's first great arc, giving way to the Lancastrians. The Middle Ages had by this point woven a tapestry of splendour and strife. Kings had learned, sometimes unwillingly, that their power was not absolute. Barons, parliaments, and even ordinary rebels had asserted themselves in ways that would echo for centuries. The monarchy was no longer simply about divine right and inheritance. It was about negotiation, compromise, and, occasionally, survival. And as the 14th century closed, England stood on the cusp of even greater turmoil. The 15th century would bring dynastic wars that would decide the crown's fate in battles as bloody as any England had seen. But those, perhaps, are best left for another chapter, one to be approached with the patience of history and, ideally, the drowsiness of a bedtime listener. The 15th century was a curious age for England. One might imagine that after centuries of conquest, rebellion, and the occasional bout of plague, the monarchy might finally have settled into something resembling stability. But, alas, stability was not the fashion of the day. Instead, the century became a rather long and bloody tug-of-war between cousins. It was a time when one never quite knew whether tomorrow's king would still be today's king, or whether he might instead be lying face down in a muddy field with his crown misplaced somewhere in the hedgerow. The story begins with Henry IV, the first monarch of the House of Lancaster, who came to the throne in 1399. Henry was not exactly born into kingship in the traditional sense. He rather took it. His cousin, Richard II, had managed to make himself unpopular enough that Henry seized the opportunity to depose him. Richard II was locked away in Pontefract Castle, and, shortly afterwards, died under circumstances that remain politely vague. Henry, meanwhile, tried his hand at being king. His reign was never entirely easy. He faced revolts, the most famous led by Owain Glyndwr in Wales, whose name remains enough to terrify anyone attempting Welsh pronunciation. Glyndwr's rebellion stirred Welsh nationalism and kept Henry occupied for years. Henry IV's health declined steadily, leaving him weakened and troubled. When he died in 1413, his son succeeded him, and what a son he was! Henry V, now there is a king who strides across history with all the subtlety of a war drum. Henry had already shown his martial skill, and soon after becoming king, he turned his gaze to France. In 1415 came the famous Battle of Agincourt, a triumph that has been immortalised far beyond its actual significance. Against staggering odds, Henry's outnumbered army of archers and weary men-at-arms faced the French nobility. The ground was heavy with mud, the sky dark with arrows, and when the dust settled, thousands of French knights lay dead, while Henry marched away with glory. Shakespeare would later provide stirring speeches that, while not historically accurate, do capture the sense that Henry inspired his men to fight for something greater than themselves. For a time, it appeared Henry might even conquer France. By the Treaty of Troyes in 1420, he was recognised as heir to the French throne, and he married Catherine of Valois, daughter of the French king. It was, perhaps, the high watermark of English ambition in France. But fate, as it so often does, had other ideas. Henry V died suddenly in 1422 at the age of only 36, leaving behind a 9-month-old son. That infant, Henry VI, became king of both England and, at least in theory, France. It was a crown far too heavy for such tiny shoulders. Henry VI grew to be a gentle, bookish man who loved learning and prayer more than politics or war. Unfortunately for him, 15th century kings were expected to be more lion than lamb. His bouts of mental illness left him incapable at times of even recognising those around him, let alone ruling them. In his absence, the great lords of England squabbled, and soon the squabbling turned to fighting. The Wars of the Roses, as they later came to be called, were less a single conflict than a series of violent disagreements between the House of Lancaster, to which Henry VI belonged, and the rival House of York, which claimed the throne through another branch of Edward III's descendants. The white rose was the emblem of York, the red rose of Lancaster, though the roses themselves were more poetic shorthand than actual battlefield standards. It is rather unlikely that medieval soldiers paused between sword swings to admire the horticultural branding of their cause. The struggle began in earnest during Henry VI's reign, when Richard, Duke of York, pressed his claim. Battles were fought up and down the country. St Albans, Wakefield, Towton, Barnet and Tewkesbury, to name but a few. Towton, fought in 1461 during a March snowstorm, was perhaps the bloodiest battle ever fought on English soil. Tens of thousands perished, the snow-stained crimson, a landscape of horror that still lingers in the imagination. Out of this chaos emerged Edward, the son of the Duke of York, who seized the throne as Edward IV. Edward was young, tall, handsome, and popular. He was also practical on the battlefield and charismatic in court. For a time, his rule promised to restore order. He strengthened the crown's finances and brought a degree of stability. But he too enjoyed a flair for drama. In 1464, he secretly married Elizabeth Woodville, a commoner whose family soon rose to prominence at court. This angered the great noble families, who had rather expected Edward to make a politically advantageous foreign match. The Woodvilles became resented, and the seeds of further discord were sown. Edward IV's reign oscillated between strength and instability. He was briefly overthrown by his old ally, the Earl of Warwick, the so-called Kingmaker, only to reclaim his crown after a short exile. By the time he died in 1483, he had secured his dynasty, or so it seemed. His eldest son, Edward V, was still a boy, and so his uncle, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, stepped in as protector. The two young princes, Edward and his brother Richard, were lodged in the Tower of London for what was said to be their safety. Then, quite suddenly, they vanished. The fate of the princes in the Tower remains one of England's greatest mysteries. Some believe Richard had them killed to clear his path to the throne. Others suggest alternative culprits. Regardless, the boys were never seen again, and Richard crowned himself Richard III. His reign was short and controversial. To some, he was a capable ruler who attempted legal reforms and curbed corruption. To others, he was the archetypal villain, hunchbacked and scheming, thanks in no small part to the Tudor chroniclers, who had every reason to blacken his name. Shakespeare, never one to pass up a good villain, gave us the Richard of popular imagination. Cruel, deformed, and unrepentant. In 1485, Richard faced Henry Tudor at the Battle of Bosworth Field. Henry's claim was tenuous at best, but his resolve strong. Richard charged bravely into the fray, reportedly crying, "A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse!" Though whether he actually did or not is doubtful. What is certain is that he fell in battle, the last English king to die on the battlefield. His crown was found in a hawthorn bush and placed upon Henry's head. The Wars of the Roses were over, and the Tudor dynasty was born. Henry VII, the first Tudor king, was cautious and calculating. He married Elizabeth of York, uniting the rival houses at last. The red and white petals blended into the Tudor rose, a neat symbol of unity that belied the bloody decades behind it. Henry strengthened the monarchy, filled the royal coffers, and kept a suspicious eye on anyone who might challenge him. If he seemed a little humourless, one can hardly blame him. After years of dynastic bloodshed, a dull king who collected taxes and kept the peace was probably just what England needed. For ordinary people, life during this turbulent century was marked by uncertainty. Farmers tilled their fields, craftsmen plied their trades, and towns slowly grew, even as armies trampled the countryside. The common folk might change allegiance depending on which noble army happened to be passing through, and families could find themselves ruined by a single battle fought miles away. Yet through it all, the rhythms of daily life continued. Bread was baked, children were christened, fairs were held, and the church bells rang out as they always had. The 15th century was, in the end, an age of transition. The medieval world of feudal lords and knightly battles was giving way to something more centralised, more modern, and certainly more ruthless. The monarchy had endured the storm of civil war, emerging battered but still intact. With the Tudors now upon the throne, England was poised to enter a new age, one of splendour, scandal, and transformation that would resonate far beyond its shores. For those listening with drowsy eyes, perhaps the Wars of the Roses seem rather like an overly long family argument at Christmas dinner, only with swords instead of sharp words, and the occasional battlefield instead of a dining table. But out of the noise and the quarrels came something lasting, the establishment of a dynasty that would define the English crown for over a century. And with that thought, one might rest easier, knowing that even in history's most unsettled times, things eventually settle down, if only for a while. The Tudor dynasty. If the monarchy had spent the 15th century tearing itself apart in a family feud, then the 16th century was determined to be something different altogether. The Tudors were not subtle rulers. They were bold, dramatic, and often unpredictable. The sort of family that could turn a Sunday lunch into a national scandal. Yet they were also the dynasty that carried England from its medieval roots into the early modern world, leaving behind a legacy of splendour, reform, and, occasionally, the odd beheading. The dynasty began on a battlefield. In 1485, at Bosworth Field, Henry Tudor defeated Richard III, the last of the Plantagenets. Richard fell in battle, charging bravely, it must be said, though bravery did not save him. His crown was famously found lodged in a hawthorn bush and placed upon Henry's head, a rather rustic coronation, but symbolic enough. Henry became Henry VII, the first Tudor monarch, though few at the time would have guessed that his family would rule for over a century. Henry VII was not, by most accounts, a dazzling man. He was cautious, calculating, and above all concerned with survival. His claim to the throne was shaky. He was a distant Lancastrian heir who had won his crown through conquest rather than genealogy. To strengthen his position, he married Elizabeth of York, the daughter of Edward IV, thus uniting the warring houses of York and Lancaster. From this union came the Tudor rose, white petals for York, red for Lancaster, combined in one neat emblem of dynastic harmony. It was a clever symbol. One suspects Henry knew full well the power of good branding. He set about stabilising the kingdom after decades of civil war. He curbed the influence of the great nobles, who had grown dangerously independent, and restored the crown's finances with prudent, if sometimes unpopular, taxation. His court was not especially extravagant, but it was efficient, and he managed to avoid foreign entanglements for the most part. Some found him miserly, but one might argue that after years of chaos, England needed a king who counted his pennies rather than threw them about. Henry VII died in 1509, leaving the throne to his second son, Henry VIII. And here the story grows considerably louder. If Henry VII had been cautious, Henry VIII was nothing of the sort. In his youth, Henry VIII was tall, athletic, and handsome. He excelled at jousting, hunting, music, and theological debate. He was every inch the Renaissance prince, charming, cultured, and, perhaps most dangerously, convinced of his own magnificence. Henry VIII's reign is remembered for many things, but above all for his 6 wives. Catherine of Aragon was his first, married to him for over 20 years. She bore him a daughter, Mary, but no surviving sons. Henry, increasingly desperate for a male heir, sought an annulment. The Pope, however, refused. In response, Henry declared himself the supreme head of the Church of England, breaking with Rome in a move that would transform English society. The monasteries were dissolved, their lands and wealth seized, and the country lurched into the Reformation. The ruins of these once mighty abbeys can still be seen today, silent witnesses to Henry's determination to have his way. After Catherine came Anne Boleyn, whose intelligence and wit had captivated Henry. She gave birth to Elizabeth, but, like Catherine, no surviving son. Accused of adultery and treason, charges that were likely more political than factual, she was executed in 1536. Jane Seymour followed, more docile and less controversial. She gave Henry the son he craved, Edward, but died shortly after childbirth. Henry was devastated, though not for long. Anne of Cleves came next, a marriage arranged for diplomatic reasons. Upon meeting her, Henry declared she looked nothing like her flattering portrait. The marriage was annulled within months, and Anne lived comfortably thereafter, wisely refraining from irritating her former husband. Catherine Howard, young and lively, was Henry's 5th wife. Unfortunately for her, she was accused of unfaithfulness and executed. Finally, Catherine Parr, his 6th and final wife, managed to outlive him, which given Henry's record was no small achievement. Henry VIII's later years were marked by ill health. His once athletic frame became swollen and crippled, his temper grew short, and his ulcers were notorious. Yet his authority remained formidable. He had established a new national church, expanded the power of the monarchy, and left behind 3 children, each destined to rule. Edward VI, his only son, came to the throne in 1547 at the age of 9. A studious and serious boy, Edward had been educated in Protestant doctrine, and under his reign, or rather, the reign of his regents, the English Reformation advanced further. The Book of Common Prayer was introduced, Latin services replaced with English, and Protestant theology took firmer hold. Yet Edward's reign was short. Sickly throughout his life, he died in 1553 at just 15 years old. his death created a crisis. Fearing the return of Catholicism under his half-sister Mary, Edward named Lady Jane Grey as his successor. Poor Jane, only 16, was queen for just 9 days before Mary's supporters prevailed. Jane was imprisoned and eventually executed, remembered as the 9 Days Queen, a victim of other people's ambitions. Mary I, Henry VIII's eldest daughter, now took the throne. A devout Catholic, she was determined to reverse the Protestant reforms. She married Philip of Spain, a match deeply unpopular among her subjects, and attempted to restore papal authority in England. Her reign is remembered grimly for the Marian persecutions. Nearly 300 Protestants were burned at the stake, an act that earned her the enduring nickname Bloody Mary. Mary's intentions may have been sincere, but her legacy was scarred by fire and failure. She died in 1558, childless, leaving the throne to her half-sister Elizabeth. Elizabeth I's reign was long, glittering, and complex. Daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, she was intelligent, pragmatic, and fiercely independent. She never married, famously presenting herself as the Virgin Queen, though she enjoyed the company of favourites such as Robert Dudley. Whether she truly avoided romance altogether, well, some mysteries are best left to history. Elizabeth inherited a divided kingdom. She sought a middle path in religion, establishing the Elizabethan religious settlement, which created the Church of England in a form that was Protestant in doctrine, but retained some traditional ceremony. This compromise, though not pleasing to all, brought a measure of stability. Her reign is often remembered as a golden age. English seafarers like Francis Drake circumnavigated the globe. Walter Raleigh introduced tobacco and potatoes, though one imagines few Elizabethans were rolling cigarettes with much enthusiasm. Playwrights such as William Shakespeare and Christopher Marlowe brought the English stage to dazzling heights. The arts flourished, and England's sense of itself as a nation grew stronger. Perhaps the most dramatic moment of Elizabeth's reign came in 1588, when Spain launched its armada. A vast fleet sailed to invade England and restore Catholicism. The English navy, smaller but more nimble, combined with treacherous storms to scatter the armada. Elizabeth, addressing her troops at Tilbury, famously declared she had the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England too. The speech may not have been quite so dramatic in reality, but the legend is powerful. The Armada's defeat cemented Elizabeth's reputation and gave her subjects a sense of triumph against overwhelming odds. Yet her reign was not without difficulties. Ireland remained a source of rebellion and unrest, brutally suppressed by English forces. Poverty and social inequality were persistent problems, and Elizabeth, despite her popularity, faced constant pressure over the question of succession. In the end, she died childless in 1603, the last Tudor monarch. The crown passed to James VI of Scotland, who became James I of England, uniting the crowns of the two kingdoms. The Tudors were gone, but their legacy was enormous. They had reshaped religion, expanded England's horizons, and produced some of the most memorable monarchs in history. To reflect on the Tudors is to see both splendour and scandal. They were rulers who commanded attention, who understood the power of pageantry and image, who left behind not just laws and reforms, but stories that still resonate centuries later. They were larger than life, sometimes dangerously so. Yet perhaps that is why, when we speak of English history, It is so often their faces, painted in rich oils, that come first to mind. And as we close this chapter, we might take comfort in the thought that even the most tempestuous of dynasties eventually comes to rest. The Tudors, for all their drama, their executions and their victories, now lie quietly in their tombs, leaving us only their stories, stories that can carry us gently into sleep. The Tudor age had ended in 1603 with the death of Elizabeth I, and with it the line of monarchs who had so famously danced between marriage proposals, religious upheaval, and naval battles. In their place came a new dynasty, the Stuarts. Their arrival marked not just a change of family name, but the start of a turbulent century that would see England embroiled in civil wars, regicide, and the occasional outbreak of plague for variety. It was, in short, a century that proved monarchy was not nearly as secure as it once appeared. The Stuarts had been kings of Scotland long before they inherited the English throne. James VI of Scotland, son of the ill-fated Mary, Queen of Scots, now became James I of England. For the first time, the crowns of England and Scotland were united under a single head. Not, mind you, the kingdoms themselves. That would take another 100 years. But symbolically, it was a great moment. James was delighted, declaring himself the ruler of Great Britain, though Parliament rather sniffed at the idea. One can almost imagine the English members muttering, "We'll call it that when we're good and ready." James was an intriguing figure, highly intelligent, fond of theological debate, and keen on witch hunting. Yes, witch hunting. He combined scholarly interests with a few eccentric passions. He authorized a new translation of the Bible, the King James Version, published in 1611, which has shaped English prose ever since. He also believed in the divine right of kings, the notion that monarchs ruled by God's will and were accountable to no earthly authority. It sounded marvellous to James, but Parliament, growing increasingly assertive, was less convinced. James managed to keep his throne, but his reign was not without friction. There were disputes over finances, foreign policy, and religion. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 remains one of the most memorable events. A group of Catholic conspirators, led by Robert Catesby and including the now infamous Guy Fawkes, plotted to blow up the Houses of Parliament. The plan was foiled, of course, and Fawkes was discovered guarding barrels of gunpowder beneath the chamber. He was tortured, executed, and subsequently immortalised in annual bonfires and fireworks. To this day, Britons still light bonfires every 5th of November, though the event is now more an excuse for sparklers and toffee apples than a solemn act of remembrance. When James died in 1625, his son Charles I succeeded him. Charles was a man of dignity, conviction, and unfortunately a remarkable inability to compromise. He shared his father's belief in the divine right of kings, but unlike James, he lacked the political dexterity to keep Parliament at bay. Charles married Henrietta Maria of France, a Catholic, which alarmed many of his Protestant subjects. He also introduced religious reforms that seemed far too Catholic for Puritan tastes. Then there was money. Wars with Spain and France drained the royal coffers, and Charles sought to raise funds without parliamentary approval. He imposed unpopular taxes, such as ship money, traditionally levied in times of war, but now demanded in peacetime. Resentment grew. When Parliament resisted his demands, Charles dissolved it. For 11 years he ruled without calling Parliament at all, a period known as the personal rule, or less charitably, the 11 years' tyranny. Inevitably, tensions came to a head. In 1640, faced with rebellion in Scotland, Charles was forced to summon Parliament once more. The new Parliament, however, was determined to assert its rights. The result was a breakdown in trust so complete that by 1642 civil war erupted. The country split between the royalists, cavaliers loyal to the king, and the parliamentarians, nicknamed Roundheads for their plain cropped hair. The English Civil War was fought not only on battlefields, but also in pamphlets and sermons. Families were divided, communities torn apart. The first phase, from 1642 to 1646, saw major battles at places like Edgehill, Marston Moor, and Naseby. The parliamentarians, under the leadership of men such as Oliver Cromwell, gradually gained the upper hand. The creation of the new model army, disciplined and well organised, proved decisive. In 1646, Charles surrendered, but negotiations faltered, and by 1648, war had broken out again. The second conflict ended swiftly, with Parliament victorious once more. Charles was captured, tried for treason, and, in an unprecedented move, condemned to death. On the 30th of January 1649, he was led to the scaffold outside the banqueting house in Whitehall. Dressed in 2 shirts, lest he shiver and appear afraid, he addressed the crowd calmly, declaring himself the King of England, not a traitor. Then, with a single stroke of the axe, his head was severed. A groan rose from the crowd. The monarchy, for the first time in English history, had been abolished. What followed was the Commonwealth, a republican experiment under the leadership of Oliver Cromwell. Parliament, in theory, governed, but in practice Cromwell became the central figure. A devout Puritan, he sought to reform society according to godly principles. Theatres were closed, Christmas celebrations frowned upon, and moral discipline enforced. The navy, however, was strengthened, and England asserted itself as a rising power abroad. In 1653, Cromwell was made Lord Protector, ruling in effect as a monarch without a crown. His regime was strict but efficient, though not universally loved. Some admired his piety and discipline, others saw him as a joyless dictator. He died in 1658, and his son Richard briefly succeeded him, but lacked his father's authority. The Commonwealth faltered. By 1660, the English had had quite enough of republican experiment. The monarchy was restored under Charles II, son of the executed king. Charles II was everything Cromwell was not. Charming, witty, and fond of pleasure, he became known as the Merry Monarch. His court was lively with theatre, music, and mistresses aplenty. He presided over a period of relative stability, though it was hardly uneventful. In 1665, the Great Plague swept through London, killing tens of thousands. The following year, the Great Fire of London destroyed much of the city. Samuel Pepys, the diarist, recorded both disasters with a mix of alarm and mundane detail, at one point noting he buried his Parmesan cheese to save it from the flames. Charles also navigated tricky politics. He maintained a delicate balance between his Catholic sympathies and his Protestant subjects' suspicions. When he died in 1685, his brother James II succeeded him. James, unlike Charles, was openly Catholic. and this proved disastrous. His attempts to promote Catholicism alarmed the political nation. By 1688, leading figures invited William of Orange, James's Protestant son-in-law, to invade. James fled, and William and his wife Mary were crowned joint monarchs in what became known as the Glorious Revolution. This revolution was, in many ways, less about glory and more about paperwork. The Bill of Rights of 1689 established key principles. The monarchy could not rule without Parliament. There would be regular elections, and the rights of subjects were affirmed. It was the foundation of Britain's constitutional monarchy. Kings and queens would still reign, but within limits. The 17th century had begun with the confident proclamations of James I, insisting on divine right. It ended with a monarchy bound by law, its power tempered by Parliament. Civil war, regicide, and revolution had reshaped the nation. And yet, through plague and fire, through axes and declarations, the institution of monarchy had survived, albeit transformed. One cannot help but imagine those Stuart monarchs reflecting on their fortunes from beyond the grave. James I, with his theological treatises. Charles I, steadfast on the scaffold. Cromwell, perhaps scowling at Charles II's frivolities. Charles II, laughing merrily despite plague and fire. James II, retreating hastily into exile. History remembers them not always kindly, but always vividly. And so the Stuarts passed into legend. Their century of turmoil, a reminder that kings are not always secure, and that even crowns can tumble. For us, it leaves a story both cautionary and comforting. A tale of resilience, of a nation that endured its storms and emerged, in the end, with new foundations. As the fire dies low and the room grows quiet, perhaps we might take one last thought from this chapter, that even in the most unsettled times, there remains a certain rhythm to history, a cycle of conflict and calm, fall and renewal. The Stuarts, with all their drama, played their part in that rhythm, and now their story too can rest. With the 17th century behind them, England emerged into a world both familiar and new. The Stuarts had left their mark, civil wars and revolutions having carved deep grooves in the political landscape. By the early 18th century, a new line of monarchs ascended to the throne, the Hanoverians. Though foreign in origin, these kings and queens would steer Britain through a period of extraordinary change, both at home and abroad. Their reigns would see the consolidation of parliamentary authority, the beginnings of a global empire, and the slow emergence of modern Britain. The first Hanoverian king was George I, who assumed the throne in 1714. George was a German prince, more comfortable speaking German than English, and unfamiliar with the intricacies of English customs and politics. He was, in many ways, an accidental king. His claim was legitimate under the Act of Settlement, designed to ensure a Protestant succession, yet he had never set foot in England before his coronation. One imagines the courtiers whispering as the portly foreigner arrived, hoping he might at least enjoy a cup of tea, and nod politely at the ceremonial gowns. George I relied heavily on his ministers, giving rise to a new political system. The modern office of the Prime Minister, Sir Robert Walpole in particular, emerged as the dominant figure in government, effectively running the country while the king concentrated on personal interests such as hunting attending operas, and attending to his rather large household. In some ways, George's detachment from English politics allowed Parliament to grow stronger, setting a precedent that would endure for centuries. George I's reign also witnessed continuing tension between the monarchy and Jacobite supporters, who longed for the return of the exiled Stuart line. The Jacobites staged uprisings, the most notable being the 1715 rebellion. Though ultimately unsuccessful, these uprisings reminded the Hanoverians that their position was not yet entirely secure. It also ensured that loyal soldiers remained on alert, giving many a useful excuse to practice their swordsmanship, a pastime rather dear to any gentleman with leisure time. George I was succeeded by his son, George II, in 1727. George II was somewhat more comfortable with England, though he retained a distinct German accent and an enduring love of military affairs. Indeed, George II is the last British monarch known to have led troops in battle, at Dettingen in 1743, where he reportedly cheered his soldiers from horseback. It seems almost quaint now to imagine a king taking up sword and plume personally, rather than simply signing orders from a marble desk. Under the Hanoverians, Britain experienced significant growth in trade, industry, and cultural life. Cities expanded, ports flourished, and the new mercantile elite began to wield power alongside the traditional aristocracy. Coffee houses became centres of discussion and debate, where gentlemen and ladies alike could sip their brew and argue about politics, philosophy, or the latest scandal at court. It was a period when ideas flowed almost as freely as the coffee, and when London began to resemble something closer to a modern metropolis. The reign of George II was also a time of overseas expansion. Britain's colonies in North America grew, and the sugar islands of the Caribbean became increasingly profitable. Trade in textiles, tobacco, and regrettably enslaved people fueled economic growth. Wars with France continued intermittently, as the two European powers jockeyed for control of colonies and trade routes. The War of Austrian Succession, 1740 to 1748, and the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, demonstrated that global conflict had become a central feature of British policy. Victories overseas brought prestige, and Britain began to establish itself as a rising naval power. The monarchs themselves maintained a careful balance between personal indulgence and political necessity. George II enjoyed hunting, music, and theatre, while his queen, Caroline of Ansbach, was widely admired for her intelligence, discretion, and influence over her husband. Their court was less flamboyant than the Tudors, or even the Stuarts, favouring steadiness and decorum. Yet intrigue was never entirely absent. Whispers of Jacobite plots, disagreements over ministers, and disputes over precedents ensured that life at court was never quite dull. George II's death in 1760 brought his grandson, George III, to the throne. George III's long reign, 60 years in total, encompassed some of the most dramatic events in British history. He was known for his interest in agriculture, science, and the arts, earning the nickname Farmer George for his attention to rural improvement. He also took his responsibilities seriously, striving to govern wisely and with moral rectitude. Yet even a conscientious king could not prevent the world from turning in unpredictable ways. George III's reign saw the loss of the American colonies, following a series of conflicts collectively known as the American Revolutionary War. The colonies, increasingly resentful of taxation and parliamentary authority, declared independence in 1776. Britain fought to retain its territory, but the conflict proved both costly and demoralising. George III himself was deeply troubled by the loss, though history has tended to remember him more for his bouts of illness than his military failures. Indeed, George III's mental health became a prominent issue later in his reign. Periods of apparent insanity, now thought to have been caused by a genetic disorder known as porphyria, led to the appointment of a regent in 1811. Yet despite these challenges, he remained a symbol of continuity and stability. His domestic policies encouraged improvement in agriculture and education, and his interest in science and innovation reflected a monarch who cared about the well-being of his people. Throughout this period, life in Britain continued to change. Industrialisation slowly began to alter the landscape, particularly in the north. Textiles, ironworks and coal mining expanded, bringing new wealth and challenges. Cities became crowded, and the rhythms of daily life shifted. While the monarchy remained a central symbol, the nation was beginning to move in ways that kings and queens could influence only indirectly. Coffee houses gave way to newspapers. Letters of trade and law carried messages faster than royal edict, and the notion of a more participatory political system, though limited, began to take root. By the end of the 18th century, Britain had established a formidable global presence. Its navy was dominant, its colonies profitable, and its influence on world trade substantial. The Hanoverians had presided over a period of expansion, consolidation, and cultural development. And yet, for all their power, the monarchy had adapted. The king's role was less absolute than before. Parliament and ministers had taken on greater authority. The crown remained respected, even adored in places, but the age of unchecked royal prerogative had given way to something more constitutional, more collaborative. George III's reign also saw cultural flourishing. The arts were celebrated, literature, music, and theatre thrived. Portraits of the king, his family, and notable ministers filled galleries. Coffee houses and salons continued to be venues for discussion and debate, nurturing the intellect of a rising middle class. For those living outside the court, life was a mixture of continuity and innovation. Church attendance remained important. Market days marked the rhythm of weeks, and the press began to shape public opinion in ways that would influence politics for generations. The Hanoverians had been foreign-born, cautious in some ways, flamboyant in others. They had presided over domestic stability, overseas expansion, and the slow evolution of parliamentary government. They had navigated wars, rebellions, and personal scandals with varying degrees of success, yet their legacy endured. By the time George III faced the challenges of the Napoleonic era, Britain was poised to enter the 19th century as a global power, strong, resilient, and increasingly conscious of its role in the world. For the listener, the story of the Hanoverians is at once reassuring and instructive. Monarchs may be distant, their lives sometimes strange, their passions sometimes eccentric. Yet through wars, revolts, and personal misfortune, the institution of monarchy adapted and endured. And as one's eyes grow heavy, it is perhaps comforting to reflect on the continuity that shreds through the centuries, a steady rhythm of kings and queens, of triumphs and failures, of a nation slowly finding its shape. So, as we rest at the close of this chapter, we can imagine the Hanoverian kings and queens in their palaces, George I navigating the unfamiliar streets of London, George II leading troops in Germany, George III tending to his gardens and studies, all forming part of the vast tapestry of British history. They remind us that monarchy is not merely a succession of crowns and coronations, but a human story of ambition, adaptation and resilience. The Hanoverians had laid the foundations, but it was under the long and steady reign of Queen Victoria that Britain truly came into its own. Ascending the throne in 1837 at the tender age of 18, Victoria would reign for 63 years, a period that became synonymous with industrial, cultural, and imperial expansion. Her era saw the transformation of Britain from a relatively insular European kingdom into a global power whose influence stretched across continents. Victoria herself was a woman of remarkable intellect, energy, and moral fortitude. She had been raised with a strict sense of duty, shaped by her mother and her beloved governesses, and carried those lessons into her reign. Though initially shy and reserved, she quickly grew into her role as sovereign, balancing the ceremonial pomp of monarchy with a keen awareness of the changing world around her. She had, for company and counsel, Prince Albert, her husband, cousin, and partner in all things domestic and diplomatic. Albert was a man of refinement and intellect, and together they formed a courtly power couple whose image defined an age. The Victorian court was a study in contrasts. On the one hand, there was moral strictness. Propriety, etiquette, and decorum were prized above all. On the other, there was remarkable technological and cultural curiosity. The Industrial Revolution was in full swing. Steam engines roared, textile mills churned, and railways stretched across the countryside like ribbons of iron. The cities grew, the population increased, and with it the challenges of urban life, overcrowding, disease, and social unrest. Yet progress, for all its hardships, also brought invention, opportunity, and a sense of national purpose. Victoria and Albert took a keen interest in the betterment of society. They championed education, science, and the arts. Museums, galleries, and public institutions flourished. The Great Exhibition of 1851, held in the Crystal Palace of Hyde Park, was Albert's idea, a magnificent celebration of industry, invention, and culture. Delegations from across the globe brought their innovations, from steam engines to exotic textiles, showcasing Britain at the centre of a rapidly changing world. Visitors marvelled at the wonders on display, and one can imagine the young Queen standing tall and composed, noting every detail with quiet satisfaction. Yet Victoria's reign was not merely about pomp and progress. There were challenges, conflicts, and tragedies that shaped both monarch and nation. Ireland, still reeling from the Great Famine of the 1840s, remained a source of political tension. Calls for reform and independence grew louder, and the Crown had to tread carefully, balancing compassion with authority. Meanwhile, Britain's overseas commitments expanded rapidly. The empire grew to encompass India, vast swathes of Africa, and numerous colonies in Asia and the Caribbean. Soldiers, administrators, and merchants carried British influence abroad, for better or worse, shaping a world increasingly interconnected by trade, politics, and culture. Queen Victoria herself was cautious in matters of politics. Though she wielded influence behind the scenes, she understood the growing power of Parliament and the cabinet system. Prime ministers such as Lord Melbourne, Lord Palmerston, and Benjamin Disraeli would navigate the machinery of government, while the Queen provided continuity, moral guidance, and on occasion gentle rebuke. Her diaries reveal a ruler deeply invested in the well-being of her people, meticulous in observation, and occasionally impatient with the limitations imposed by her constitutional role. Family life was central to Victoria's world. She and Albert had 9 children, each carefully married into European royalty, earning Victoria the nickname Grandmother of Europe. These dynastic marriages, while securing political alliances, also meant that family drama was never far from court life. Scandals, quarrels, and tragic deaths marked the Victorian household, reminding all that even the most revered monarchs were not immune to the vicissitudes of human existence. The mid-century years brought both personal and national sorrow. Albert died in 1861, a loss that plunged Victoria into mourning for decades. She withdrew from public life, dressing in black and appearing less frequently at court. Her withdrawal was not mere melancholy. It reflected the profound influence Albert had on her rule. Yet even in seclusion, Victoria remained a symbol of stability and continuity. Her presence, even distant, reassured her subjects during turbulent times. From industrial strikes to colonial conflicts. Abroad, Britain faced military challenges and complex diplomacy. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, tested the army and navy, while expansion into Africa and Asia required careful administration. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 was particularly harrowing. What began as a military mutiny grew into a widespread uprising, resulting in the deaths of thousands of soldiers and civilians alike. The Crown responded with a combination of military force and administrative reform, dissolving the East India Company and bringing India under direct imperial rule. Victoria herself was proclaimed Empress of India in 1876, a title that reflected the symbolic as well as practical reach of her influence. Throughout this period, culture flourished. Literature thrived under authors such as Charles Dickens, the Bronte sisters, and Thomas Hardy, capturing the triumphs and travails of Victorian society. Innovations in science and technology transformed daily life. Telegraphs connected distant cities. Steamships crossed oceans faster than ever before, and railways bound the countryside together. For all the moral rigidity for which the age is famous, there was also curiosity, invention, and a restless desire to understand and shape the world. Victoria herself became a symbol of morality and duty, but also of empire and progress. She celebrated British achievements while advocating for social improvement at home. Charities, hospitals, and educational institutions benefited from her patronage. Public perception of the monarchy was carefully nurtured. Images of the Queen with her family, attending ceremonies, or visiting the poor reinforced the idea of a benevolent, watchful sovereign. Even as industrialization transformed the nation, the monarchy remained a reassuring presence, a steady pulse amidst the clatter of factories and the rush of trains. The late Victorian period was also a time of tension and change. Calls for reform, from women's suffrage to labour rights became louder. Ireland's push for Home Rule challenged the empire at its core. Political debates became increasingly complex, reflecting a society no longer content to accept unquestioned authority. Yet the monarchy adapted gracefully. Victoria's careful attention to ceremony, symbolism, and public appearances allowed her to maintain authority without overstepping constitutional bounds. The crown, once absolute, had become a stabilising force within a parliamentary system. As the 19th century drew to a close, the British Empire reached its zenith. Victoria's subjects stretched across continents, bound together by trade, administration, and of course the symbolic presence of the Queen herself. While her reign was not without criticism, imperial policies, colonial exploitation, and social inequalities were never far from public debate. The overall impression is one of continuity, progress, and remarkable personal endurance. For the weary listener, the Victorian age is a story of contrasts. Progress and tradition, joy and mourning, empire and domesticity. Queen Victoria's life, marked by long service, personal loss, and enduring influence, offers a meditation on duty, resilience, and the human capacity for adaptation. As we let our thoughts drift among the railways, factories, and distant colonies, we can imagine a queen in her study, pensively reviewing correspondence, attending to matters both monumental and mundane, a steady hand guiding a nation through one of its most transformative centuries. And so, as this chapter closes, we leave the Victorian age behind. A world of steam, empire, and moral earnestness shaped by a monarch whose influence endured far beyond her lifetime. The story reminds us that history is not only about battles and laws, but also about the careful, sometimes quiet work of guiding a nation through times of profound change. As the night grows still, we can picture the Queen's palace, the flicker of candlelight across polished desks, the gentle hum of London outside, and feel the comforting rhythm of history carrying us softly onward. The 20th century arrived with a sense of urgency and uncertainty, carrying with it revolutions, world wars, and social transformations that would challenge monarchies across Europe. For Britain, the monarchy endured, but it was a century that tested tradition, duty, and the very nature of public life. The kings and queens of this era faced circumstances their ancestors could hardly have imagined. 2 world wars, the decline of empire, scandal, and a rapidly changing social landscape. The century began under the reign of Edward VII, son of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. Ascending the throne in 1901 after Victoria's death, Edward was a marked contrast to his mother. Whereas Victoria had embodied moral earnestness and imperial authority, Edward was charming, flamboyant, and fond of society. Known as the peacemaker in diplomatic circles, he maintained cordial relations with Europe's royal families while indulging in a robust social life. His court was a centre of elegance and intrigue, and his ability to mingle with politicians and diplomats alike earned him respect. Yet Edward's health was fragile, and he reigned only until 1910, when his son, George V, took the throne. George V's reign would coincide with some of the most tumultuous events of modern history. One of his earliest challenges was the outbreak of the First World War in 1914. As king, George V faced not only the responsibilities of leadership, but also personal anguish. Members of his extended family were scattered across warring nations, cousins in Germany, France, and Russia. Yet Britain's duty to its own empire and allies remained paramount. The war was devastating. Millions of lives were lost, the economy strained, and the social order shifted. The monarchy's role, however, proved stabilising. George visited troops, hospitals and factories, becoming a visible figure of continuity and courage. During the war, the royal family also faced a crisis of perception. Anti-German sentiment ran high, and the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, the family's German name, was unpopular. In response, George V prudently changed the family name to Windsor in 1917, a gesture that symbolically aligned the monarchy with national sentiment. This act, though small in the grand sweep of history, reinforced the monarchy's ability to adapt and remain relevant in times of rapid change. The interwar years brought both relief and unrest. Britain struggled with economic hardship, strikes, and political shifts, yet the monarchy maintained a steady presence. George V was cautious, pragmatic, and conservative, providing a stabilising influence. He presided over social reforms, including improvements in workers' rights, housing, and education, while retaining the ceremonial grandeur that defined the monarchy. Public affection for the royal family grew, aided by their visible participation in national life. Edward VIII, George V's eldest son, ascended the throne in January 1936. He was handsome, charismatic, and modern in ways that delighted the public but alarmed politicians. Edward's reign, however, was extraordinarily brief. Within the same year, he abdicated to marry Wallis Simpson, an American divorcee. The abdication crisis was unprecedented, shaking the monarchy to its foundations and demonstrating the tension between personal desire and duty. Edward's choice had far-reaching consequences, not only for the royal family but also for the institution itself. His younger brother George VI succeeded him, a man more cautious, reserved, and deeply aware of the responsibilities now placed upon him. George VI's reign was defined by the Second World War. Ascending the throne in 1936, George VI and his wife Elizabeth, later the Queen Mother, became symbols of resilience. The German Luftwaffe's bombing campaign in London and other cities tested the nation's morale, yet the King and Queen remained in the capital, visiting bombed areas, meeting survivors, and offering reassurance. Their presence was not merely ceremonial, it was a lifeline of continuity, courage, and reassurance. The monarchy became intertwined with national identity, a living emblem of determination and hope. The war also brought the royal family closer to the public than ever before. Radio broadcasts, public appearances, and direct engagement with the citizenry fostered a sense of intimacy previously unseen. King George VI's speeches, calm, measured, and resolute, were instrumental in maintaining morale. Elizabeth, stoic and empathetic, embodied maternal care for the nation itself. Together, they navigated one of the darkest periods in modern British history with dignity, humility, and unyielding resolve. Following the war, the British Empire began a gradual transformation. Colonies across Asia, Africa, and the Caribbean pressed for independence, and Britain adjusted to its evolving global role. The monarchy, under George VI, embraced this change with pragmatism. While retaining symbolic influence, the Crown acknowledged the shifting realities of geopolitics, guiding the nation through a period of decolonisation with quiet diplomacy. George VI died in 1952, leaving the throne to his young daughter, Elizabeth II. Her accession marked the beginning of a reign that would become the longest in British history. Elizabeth II faced a modern world unlike any previous monarch had encountered. Television, mass media, the end of empire, social upheaval, and increasingly scrutinous public opinion. Her approach was cautious yet adaptive. She combined the ceremonial responsibilities of monarchy with an awareness of public perception, ensuring that the crown remained relevant and respected. During Elizabeth II's reign, the monarchy navigated numerous scandals, changes in public attitudes, and the demands of a global media landscape. The divorces of Prince Charles and Princess Diana, the death of Diana in 1997, and other high-profile events tested both the family and the public's relationship with the crown. Yet throughout these trials, Elizabeth II maintained a sense of duty, continuity, and moral presence. She became a stabilizing force in a rapidly evolving society, embodying the institution's capacity to endure even in turbulent times. The 20th century also witnessed significant shifts in the monarchy's constitutional role. Political power remained largely with Parliament, yet the symbolic authority of the crown, combined with the personal moral influence of its members, continued to shape national identity. Kings and queens were expected to remain above politics, yet their presence, whether in times of war, celebration, or tragedy, served as a focal point for public sentiment and national unity. Technological change further altered the monarchy's relationship with the people. Radio, television, and eventually the internet enabled the crown to communicate directly with millions of subjects. Queen Elizabeth II's coronation in 1953 was televised, bringing the pomp and ceremony of monarchy into homes across Britain and the Commonwealth. Royal tours, public engagements, and personal appearances fostered a sense of accessibility, even as the institution retained its dignity and mystique. For the listener, the 20th century is a meditation on endurance, adaptation, and the evolving role of monarchy. From Edward VII's charm to George V's steadiness, Edward VIII's abdication, George VI's courage in wartime, and Elizabeth II's modern stewardship, the British crown navigated unprecedented challenges. Wars, political change, social reform, and global transformation all occurred while the monarchy provided continuity, ceremonial grace, and a symbolic centre for the nation. As we reflect on these events in the quiet of night, the story becomes less about power and more about human resilience. The kings and queens of the 20th century were not merely figures of authority. They were people shaped by circumstance, bound by duty, and guided by conscience. Their triumphs and trials remind us that history is both public and personal, that the rhythms of monarchy intertwine with the rhythms of daily life, and that even the most powerful are subject to the passage of time. And so, as we rest from the weight of the century's events, we leave behind a world transformed by war, innovation, and social change. The monarchy, tested yet unbroken, continues as a living thread through the narrative of British history. Its story is a story of adaptation, continuity, and the quiet courage of those who, despite personal and public challenges, upheld the traditions and responsibilities entrusted to them. As the night deepens, one can imagine the palaces, from Buckingham to Windsor, the soft glow of lamps in private chambers, the quiet deliberations over letters and state papers, the whispered counsel of advisers and confidants. The 20th century, with all its drama and transformation, is behind us now, leaving the listener to the gentle rhythm of history, carrying us ever forward into the 21st century, where the monarchy, though modernised, remains a steadfast emblem of continuity and grace. As we arrive at the present day, the British monarchy has evolved into an institution that balances tradition with modernity, ceremony with practicality, and public expectation with personal discretion. The 20th century had tested the crown with wars, scandals, and societal transformation. The 21st century continues to present challenges of a different kind: globalization, media scrutiny, social change, and the ever-present curiosity of the public. The reign of Queen Elizabeth II, which began in 1952, set the tone for this modern era. Elizabeth's tenure as monarch exemplified continuity, diligence, and adaptability. Over decades, she navigated profound changes: the decline of the British Empire, the transformation of the Commonwealth into a voluntary association of nations, and the rise of a media-saturated world in which every gesture, expression, and statement could be magnified. Elizabeth II understood the delicate art of balancing visibility with discretion. She engaged with her subjects through carefully planned public appearances, official tours, and broadcasts, while maintaining a degree of private life. She adapted to the advent of television, radio, and the internet, recognizing that accessibility and transparency could enhance the monarchy's relevance without diminishing its dignity. Her coronation in 1953, broadcast to millions, was a pivotal moment. It demonstrated the monarchy's capacity to embrace modern technology while maintaining ceremonial grandeur. Family dynamics have always been central to the story of the modern monarchy. Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, was a steadfast partner to Elizabeth II for more than 70 years, combining personal support with public service. Together, they guided the royal family through the evolving expectations of the nation, from post-war austerity to contemporary celebrity culture. Their children, Charles, Anne, Andrew, and Edward, grew up under intense public scrutiny, a phenomenon that would only increase with the proliferation of media outlets and social platforms. The monarchy's relationship with the public has shifted significantly in this era. While previously the sovereign was often a distant figure, modern royals engage in charitable work, patronages, and social causes linking the crown to contemporary issues. Hospitals, education initiatives, disaster relief, and mental health advocacy have become areas where royal involvement carries moral authority and visibility. The crown is no longer only a ceremonial entity, it is a symbolic actor in shaping public discourse and national sentiment. Yet with visibility comes challenge. The royal family has faced personal and public crises that tested both their unity and public support. The marriage and subsequent divorce of Charles, Prince of Wales, and Diana, Princess of Wales, captivated the world. Diana's tragic death in 1997 provoked a wave of grief and criticism, prompting a reconsideration of the monarchy's approach to media and public engagement. The Queen's response, initially measured, evolved into direct acknowledgement of public sentiment, reflecting a monarchy capable of both dignity and responsiveness. Subsequent decades continued to test the institution. Prince Andrew's controversies, the marriages and divorces of other family members, and debates about the monarchy's role in a modern democracy have sparked public debate and media attention. Yet throughout, the monarchy has adapted. Transparency, charitable engagement, and symbolic representation of national values have reinforced its continuity. Elizabeth II's death in 2022 marked the end of an era, but also a smooth transition to a new sovereign, King Charles III. Charles III, ascending the throne after decades as heir apparent, faces a different landscape. Modern Britain is diverse, technologically advanced, and globally connected. Social expectations are heightened, and the monarchy must navigate evolving norms around gender equality, representation, and accountability. Charles's long preparation has positioned him to embrace a modernized monarchy, one that honors tradition while engaging with contemporary issues such as climate change, urban development, and community sustainability. The monarchy's role today is multifaceted. Ceremonially, it preserves the continuity of history. Coronations, state openings of Parliament, and formal occasions maintain centuries-old traditions. Constitutionally, it remains a stabilising presence. The sovereign acts on advice from ministers, ensuring political neutrality while providing continuity. Symbolically, the crown represents national identity, unity, and resilience, particularly in times of crisis or celebration. The Commonwealth, too, has become a crucial aspect of the modern monarchy. Comprising over 50 nations, it extends the symbolic influence of the crown without direct political control. Royal visits, patronages, and speeches reinforce connections between member states, promoting shared values, cultural exchange, and cooperative development. This network, unique in its blend of history and modern diplomacy, exemplifies the monarchy's capacity to adapt global relevance in a changing world. Technological change has further transformed public perception and engagement. Social media, 24-hour news cycles, and digital communication allow the monarchy to interact directly with citizens, while also demanding careful navigation of scrutiny and criticism. Official platforms disseminate information, celebrate achievements, and promote initiatives, while media coverage can amplify both successes and controversies. The modern monarchy must therefore balance openness with discretion, accessibility with dignity, a task requiring considerable skill, patience, and tact. Cultural representation has also evolved. Film, television, and literature portray the royal family, shaping public perception and interest. Exhibitions, documentaries, and digital archives preserve history while making it accessible to new generations. These cultural forms allow the monarchy to remain present in daily life without disrupting constitutional balance. The crown is, in essence, a living museum, a ceremonial guardian of history, and a participant in contemporary society all at once. Public ceremonies continue to reinforce the monarchy's symbolic authority. Trooping the colour, state visits, and investitures embody tradition, discipline, and pageantry. Yet they are not mere spectacle. They reflect continuity, national cohesion, and the ceremonial acknowledgement of shared values. Even in times of national stress, the monarchy provides a stabilizing narrative, linking past and present through ritual, symbolism, and the careful stewardship of heritage. The modern monarchy also faces questions of succession adaptation and relevance. Younger royals, including Prince William, Princess Catherine, Prince Harry and others, navigate public scrutiny while preparing to assume roles of responsibility. They embody the intersection of tradition and contemporary life, balancing public duty with personal identity. Their actions, appearances, and initiatives are closely observed, providing a lens through which the monarchy engages with contemporary society. For the listener, the modern era offers a meditation on endurance, adaptation, and symbolic authority. The monarchy is neither absolute nor powerless. It functions as a bridge between past and present, embodying continuity amidst change. Kings and queens are not omnipotent rulers, but their presence, discretion, and ceremonial functions provide a rhythm to national life, a quiet reminder of history, values, and shared experience. As we consider the monarchy in the 21st century, it is worth reflecting on its evolution. From medieval kings and queens, through the tumult of civil wars, the grandeur of Victoria, the trials of 2 world wars, and the media-driven complexities of modern life, the institution has endured. It has adapted to changing political realities, technological advances, social expectations, and globalization. Its ability to balance ceremony with practicality, symbolism with engagement, ensures its continued relevance and resonance. And so, as the chapter, and indeed this journey through the centuries of British monarchy, draws to a close, we are left with a portrait of resilience, adaptation, and enduring tradition. The Crown, while modernised, retains its capacity to inspire, reassure, and unify. The kings and queens of today stand on the shoulders of their predecessors, their actions guided by duty, tempered by experience, and framed by centuries of history. In the quiet of the night, one might imagine the palaces, the glow of lamplight on historic walls, the hush of corridors steeped in ceremony, the careful attention to tradition and detail that sustains the rhythm of monarchy. Across the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, the Crown continues to mark the passage of time, celebrate achievement, and provide continuity amidst the ever-changing currents of modern life. History is, after all, a long and intricate story, full of triumphs, trials, and quiet persistence. The British monarchy, having navigated centuries of upheaval, change, and innovation, offers a reminder that institutions, like people, endure through adaptation, care, and a steady commitment to duty. And now, as we drift into sleep, we leave the past gently behind, carrying with us the comforting rhythm of centuries of kings and queens, their stories a lullaby of continuity, resilience, and quiet grace. You wake up slowly, not because you're rested, but because your back is screaming. It's a low, dull ache, like someone quietly grinding a stone into your spine. The straw-stuffed mattress under you is more mould than straw now. It hasn't been changed in years, and every time you shift your weight, dust and a faint smell of mildew puff into the air. You're sharing this bedding with your wife, 2 children, and something you're fairly sure is either a rat or a deeply unlucky squirrel. Either way, it's warm, and that's something. The roof is leaking again. You had hoped the clay patches you pressed into the holes last autumn would hold through winter, but they didn't. A slow drip has been plinking into a tin bowl all night. It sounds like a cruel clock. Plink, plink, plink. there's no fire. There was last night. You remember the glow before you fell asleep, huddled in your coarse wool blanket with your arms wrapped around your youngest child to keep her warm. But now there's nothing but cold ashes and the memory of warmth. Your breath fogs in the air above you. You don't have a chimney, just a hole in the roof that lets the smoke out and the rain in. It does both jobs poorly. Outside, something groans. Might be the wind. Might be the pigs. Might be your neighbour, Edric, already splitting wood. You can't tell. Doesn't matter. You sit up slowly, careful not to knock over the bowl of water you keep beside the mattress. It's half frozen, with a skim of ice on the top. You break it with your fingers and splash it on your face. It stings. That's how you know you're awake. You pull on your tunic. The same one you wore yesterday, and every day before that. It's rough, smells faintly of smoke and earth, and has been mended so many times the patches have patches. You tie a rope around your waist. The belt broke last year. Your feet hit the dirt floor. No shoes. You had shoes once, but the soles wore out, and the leather cracked, and eventually you just gave up. Now it's bare feet in winter. It's not pleasant, but at least you don't have to worry about thieves stealing them. Your home is one room, no halls, no separate spaces. Just a hearth at the centre, a few tools hanging on the wall, and scraps of cloth nailed over the windows to block the wind. If you're lucky, there's a bench, a stool, maybe a single iron pot. Privacy? Luxury. The average medieval peasant lives cheek to jowl with their entire family, and sometimes their livestock. A goat might sleep near the door for warmth. Chickens peck inside, looking for spilled grain. Your wife is still asleep, or pretending. She was up with the baby again. The child has a fever that won't break. You've tried everything. Garlic, prayers, tying a scrap of holy cloth around her wrist. Nothing works. You don't mention it. Your oldest son is already outside. You can hear him coughing as he tends the fire pit. He's only 10, but he works like a grown man. Has to. There's no one else. You grab a crust of bread from the table, if you can call it that. It's a flat board resting on 2 uneven stumps. The bread is hard. You dip it in the leftover water to soften it. It doesn't help. You chew anyway. The bread is made from barley, or maybe rye, mixed with whatever filler you had. Peas, ground acorns, even sawdust. It's baked once a week maybe, and the rest of the time it sits near the fire, growing harder by the hour. You glance at the small wooden icon on the wall, a crude carving of a saint whose name you don't know. You mumble a prayer, or at least the rhythm of one. Latin isn't your language, but the words feel sacred by sound alone. Maybe that's enough. A few moments of silence pass. Then the rooster crows. Not yours, of course. You can't afford one. It's Edric's. It sounds smug. You stretch your back and hear it pop in 3 places. That's the morning song. You take a deep breath. The air smells like damp straw, ash, and unwashed wool. You feel the cold settle into your bones like an old friend. Time to start the day. Today, like every day, begins with wood. Without fire there's no warmth, no cooking, no hope of boiling the lice from your clothing. You grab a dull hatchet and trudge to the woodpile. You're not allowed to cut trees in the Lord's forest. Technically, even gathering fallen branches is illegal, but everyone does it. You just hope the steward isn't watching. The mud clings to your feet. The ground never really dries, not in winter. Paths are just grooves worn into the earth, churned to slurry by feet and hoofs and cartwheels. You slip once and curse, quietly. You don't want to wake the baby again. Later, you'll check the thatch. Try to mend the fence. Feed the pig. Tend the plot. Maybe go to the village oven, if there's anything to bake. But first, wood, always wood. You nod to your neighbour. He grunts in return. You both know this day already. You've lived it 100 times. The king wakes slowly, not from cold or pain or noise, but because that is the luxury of power. His bed is enormous, draped in velvet and lined with furs. The sheets are imported linen, so soft they barely whisper as he turns. The mattress is filled with goose down. Not just any geese, mind you. Ones raised specifically for a palace. Their feathers are collected by hand. He doesn't open his eyes at first. There's no need. The room is already warm thanks to the fire that's been maintained through the night by a servant whose only duty is to keep it fed. Logs from the royal forest. Birch, maybe? Or cedar? Something that smells faintly sweet as it burns. A gentle knock, then silence. Another knock. Then the door opens slowly. A valet enters. He walks quietly, placing a pitcher of warm water beside the bed. Another servant follows with a warmed robe. A third holds a towel. A fourth holds his slippers. Each one bows in sequence, like a slow-moving clock. This is routine. Every medieval court has one. The king does not rise alone. He is dressed, washed, tended to. Even the act of waking is political. Who is allowed into the room? Who speaks first? Who touches the king's garments? Protocol is everything. It reaffirms the natural order. The king stretches. A servant pulls back the curtains. Sunlight pours in, filtered through stained glass windows in blues and reds. It pools on the polished stone floor. The king yawns. He swings his legs over the bed. His feet never touch the ground. Slippers are slid on before he moves. The robe is draped over his shoulders. He doesn't lift a finger. He moves to the wash basin. The water is warm, perfumed with rose oil. A towel is held up for him as he pats his face dry. He examines himself in a polished silver mirror. Not bad, he thinks, perhaps a bit pale. He sits. A servant trims his beard. Another combs his hair. A third applies a balm to his hands. A fourth lays out his clothing. A doublet embroidered with gold thread. Hose dyed a deep green. A cloak lined with ermine. And these are not just clothes, they are symbols. His garments are dyed with expensive plant-based pigments, woad, madder, saffron, each hue denoting wealth and power. Breakfast is being prepared. He can smell it. Fresh bread, honeyed figs, sausages, eggs. Something sweet. Something savoury. It will be laid out in the solar soon, beside a fire and beneath a tapestry of his grandfather slaying a boar. While he eats, he may hear poetry, or music, or scripture. He may receive guests, or he may not. The day's official matters can wait, unless war has broken out, or a bishop has arrived unannounced. He hears a knock at the outer door. A steward with the morning briefing. News from the border. A letter from the bishop. A request from a noble. A report on the grain stores. He waves it all away, later. He sits in the warmth and listens to a lute player softly plucking a tune. Outside, the bells ring the hour. The sound is pleasant, faint, untroubling. The world beyond the walls does not concern him. Not yet. The king takes a sip of wine. Breakfast can wait. For the medieval peasant, breakfast was not a meal. It was a concession. A small pause between waking and working. A momentary comfort carved from the relentless pace of survival. It rarely came with ceremony, and it never came with choice. The hearth is barely lit, its fire still sulking from the night before. You prod at the embers with a stick and blow gently, your breath fogging in the air. With luck and a bit of kindling that hasn't gone damp in the night, a flicker appears. You feed it carefully until it glows enough to warm the bottom of a clay pot balanced on the edge of a stone. Your hands hover near it, desperate to steal back the warmth the night took from you. There is no table, just a flat board across two stumps, already scorched in spots from balancing pots over open flame. You pull a wooden bowl from the shelf, not quite round, chipped at the lip, and ladle in a scoop of what might generously be called porridge. The recipe is simple: water, some ground barley or oats, a pinch of salt when you can afford it. There's no milk. Your cow, if you had one, died last winter, and the village dairy supplies go mostly to the reeve. The consistency of the porridge is closer to paste than soup. Lumpy, grey, with occasional husks of grain that crunch when they shouldn't. You tear off a hunk of dark, coarse bread, the kind made from a mix of barley, rye, and whatever else can be ground into flour. Wheat bread is for the nobility. White bread is a miracle you've never seen. This loaf is dense, heavy, and days old. You dip it into the hot mush, soften it enough to bite without breaking a tooth, and chew with the patience of someone who knows there's no alternative. Most peasants in medieval Europe began their day with something like this. The term breakfast wasn't even common until later centuries. Instead, the morning bite was a continuation of last night's sustenance. The word itself, breaking the fast, implied there had been a fast to begin with. For peasants, the fast never really ended. Your children sit near you, rubbing sleep from their eyes, already coughing. One of them eats with two hands, the other just stares into the bowl. You tell them to eat slowly. Not because there's more coming, there isn't, but because it's better to stretch the illusion. Your wife drinks weak ale from a cracked wooden cup. It's thin, bitter, and lukewarm, but it's safer than water. The stream outside has a habit of killing chickens and children alike. Boiling takes fuel you don't always have. So the ale, brewed from grain, fermented just enough to kill what the river carries, becomes the drink of choice, even at sunrise. Sometimes, when luck aligns, breakfast includes an onion, or leeks boiled with a bit of fat scraped from the bottom of the meat barrel. But this morning, there's no meat. The pig was slaughtered weeks ago, its parts salted and hung in the rafters. Most of it went to the Lord, as was required by law, a tax of flesh, bone, and survival. You hear your neighbour cough outside. Edric again. He's already on his feet, already working. You envy his energy. Or maybe you just envy his chickens. He has 3. You have none. Someone knocks on the door. A soft rap. It's a child, muddy-faced, barefoot, asking if your wife has any herbs for his sister. You don't? But she'd find something anyway. Dried nettles, maybe? Or horehound. You trade for it? Half a heel of bread, split in silence. The sun climbs slowly, lightening the frost on the sill. You stand, stretch your back, and wipe your hands on your tunic. The bowl goes back to the shelf. The pot, still steaming faintly, is saved for later. Maybe for dinner. Maybe not. That was breakfast. And now there is work. At the same hour, in a palace 50 miles and several universes away, breakfast is also being served. But here, it is not a necessity. It is a display. The king awakens in silk sheets, the smell of sweetwood smoke curling through the air from a fire that never dies. A steward appears to announce the meal, though the scents have already done the job. He is led into the solar, a private, sunlit room where tall windows spill light across painted walls and a floor covered in hand-woven rugs from Moorish lands. The table is already set. Silver platters lined with folded cloth napkins. Carved wooden bowls glazed with coloured enamel. Knives so polished they reflect the face of the man who holds them. No dish touches the table before being tasted by a food taster. The threat of poison is real, especially in times when political ambition is as common as hunger. A loaf of soft white bread, made from the finest sifted wheat flour, rests beneath a linen cover. This is manchet bread, prized for its purity. A luxury. Only the upper class can afford the fine sieves and careful processing that turns ordinary grain into something this pale and delicate. Alongside it, poached eggs from palace hens, sprinkled with herbs from the castle's kitchen garden. Spiced sausages of venison and boar, cured and smoked in ways peasants have only heard about. A bowl of figs, imported at cost from Iberia or the Holy Land, cut open to reveal their purple-red insides. Honeycomb dripping onto cheese, rich and soft, made from the milk of sheep raised on lands the king has never seen. He eats slowly. Not because he is savouring the meal, but because he knows he can. There's no rush. A cup of mead sits by his plate, gold-tinged and lightly scented with herbs. He drinks little of it. A servant waits with watered wine in case his mood changes. Breakfast for a king is as much about being seen as it is about eating. Attendants hover in silence. Musicians pluck a slow tune in the corner. The steward reads aloud the day's agenda. Petitions from nobles, disputes over borders, supply concerns from the coast. The king listens with one ear, chewing on a slice of pear poached in cinnamon. It is sweet. It is forgettable. Medieval royal meals were orchestrated events. Banquets and feasts were public, but even private meals followed rituals. Certain dishes implied wealth and status. The more exotic the ingredient, the higher the status. Spices like cinnamon, cloves and nutmeg were imported at staggering prices through Venetian and Arab merchants. A single sack of pepper might be worth a cow. He finishes half the bread, a sliver of ham, and picks at a pastry filled with minced apples and dried cherries. When he's had enough, he signals with a hand. The plates are cleared silently. A towel is brought for his fingers. He hasn't touched anything directly, but the gesture is expected. He reclines slightly, watching the dust float through the sunbeams. The servants step backward in perfect rhythm. The king's dog, a thin greyhound with polished fur, pads to his feet and rests its head on his slipper. He absently strokes its ears. Breakfast is over. Not because he is full, but because he says so. One meal eaten for fuel. One for pleasure. One devoured to fight hunger. One consumed because it exists. The peasant scrapes the last grain from his bowl and drinks weak ale. The king throws away half a roasted partridge because it tasted slightly overdone. The average peasant consumed around 1,500 to 2,000 calories a day when available, mostly from bread and pottage. The average nobleman? Closer to 4,000, with far less physical labour to burn it. Gout, the disease of kings, wasn't metaphorical. Too much meat, too much wine, too little motion. But in the end, neither man truly wins. The peasant walks away hungry, to a day that will demand everything. The king walks away bored, to a day that will offer everything, and ask him to pretend it matters. and so they rise from their tables, both under the same rising sun, one stomach aching with emptiness, the other aching with fullness, neither truly satisfied. You reach for your tunic, not because it's clean, not because it's new, but because it's all you have. In medieval Europe, peasants didn't own wardrobes. They owned a garment, singular. Maybe two if the harvest had been particularly kind. One for work, one for sleeping. Sometimes they were the same thing. Yours certainly are. It's made of rough-spun wool, the fibres coarse enough to scratch your skin raw if you're not careful. The colour? Something between mud and old straw. It was once a pale brown, but years of labour, smoke, and unwashed sweat have darkened it into anonymity. The sleeves are uneven. One is frayed at the cuff, the other patched with an old scrap from your wife's dress. No one will notice. No one cares. Underneath, if it's a good day, you might wear a linen shirt. Smock is the proper term. But today is not a good day. It tore last week while you were hauling timber, and the tear opened like a mouth across your side. You haven't had time to mend it. Besides, linen doesn't keep out the cold like wool does, even if it's softer on the skin. You step into your hose. Not like the nobles' finely woven stockings. Yours are closer to long woolen tubes tied at the knee, sagging at the ankle, and held up by sheer stubbornness. One of them has a hole in the heel. You've been meaning to stitch it shut, but every day it seems less important than getting through the next. Shoes? If you're lucky. Maybe you own a pair. Old, cracked leather with twined laces and soles that have more holes than hide. Most peasants went barefoot for half the year, especially during warmer seasons. In winter, scraps of cloth might be wrapped around the feet, or you simply walked carefully. Today, you slip your feet into wooden clogs, crudely shaped and unforgiving, but better than frostbite. Your belt is rope. It used to be leather, but that cracked and snapped the same year your youngest was born. The rope is a better symbol of your station anyway. A looped, scratchy truth wrapped round your waist. No buttons, no zippers. Those are luxuries centuries away. Your clothes are fastened with knots, wooden toggles, or nothing at all. The neckline of your tunic hangs open, loose from years of wear. Your wife ties it closed with a bit of twine. She doesn't smile. Neither do you. There's nothing joyful about getting dressed when every stitch reminds you how close you are to nakedness. Medieval peasants had no closets, no drawers. Clothing hung from nails in the wall, or was folded and placed in a chest, if you were fortunate enough to own one. Lice were common companions. Fleas, too. You brush something off your sleeve and decide not to look too closely. In some parts of Europe, sumptuary laws restricted what peasants could wear. Not that you were likely to offend those laws. You couldn't afford fine colours or dyed fabrics even if you tried. Purple, scarlet, or gold. That would be illegal. And laughable. You've never even seen gold thread. Your wife wears much the same. A kirtle, a kind of dress if you squint, made of scratchy wool tied at the waist with a cord. Her head is covered with a wimple, not for fashion, but for warmth and modesty. Her sleeves are rolled up. She's already working. The children wear hand-me-downs so patched and mismatched they resemble scarecrows. The baby is swaddled in rags. There's a hole in one of them, which you patch with more rag. The cycle continues. Getting dressed is not a transformation. It is not preparation. It is simply a layering of misery onto flesh. A small armour against the world, just thick enough to fool yourself into thinking it matters. but you wear it anyway, because to go out in nothing would be worse. In the castle, the king's garments await him long before he opens his eyes. Laid out by pages and valets, his clothing is carefully selected, inspected, and warmed by the fire so that not even a thread feels chilled when it touches his skin. It begins not with the outer garments, but with the linens. Soft, bleached white underclothes made of finely woven flax fibres. Only nobles could afford such softness. The peasants grow the flax, the king wears it. First, a shirt, long-sleeved, smooth, almost weightless. It smells faintly of lavender, dried and stored among the folds by servants whose names he doesn't know. Over that hose, snug-fitting woolen garments that cover his legs from ankle to thigh. These are dyed a deep blue, a colour expensive to produce, extracted from woad and reserved for those of means. Over the hose, he is helped into a doublet, a padded tailored jacket that buttons down the front with small discs of bone or polished horn. The buttons are decorative as much as functional. Unlike the peasant, the king wears buttons not because he must, but because he can. Buttons are a mark of craftsmanship, proof of tailoring, a symbol of class stitched into the seams. His cloak today is velvet, dyed of rich burgundy, lined with ermine fur. The cloak drapes from his shoulders and trails slightly on the floor. A servant tucks it just so, to avoid dust. On his feet, soft leather boots, made by the castle cordwainer, fitted exactly to his size and shape. They have never touched mud. A sash of silk is tied around his waist, its ends embroidered with the symbol of his house. Silk is imported from Byzantium and the East. It travels through trade routes guarded by mercenaries and balanced on the backs of camels. It arrives here at great cost. He doesn't think about that. He just likes the way it drapes. Jewellery is optional but customary. A ring or two, a brooch, a clasp set with semi-precious stones. These are not for security or beauty. They are reminders to everyone in his presence that his body is sacred, adorned, elevated. While he dresses, attendants discuss the weather, his agenda, who might be arriving for court. Someone mentions a visiting dignitary. Another whispers about grain prices. It's all background noise. He nods, occasionally raises an eyebrow but doesn't respond. He is busy being dressed. The final item, a circlet, not quite a crown, but enough to remind everyone who he is. Not too heavy. This is morning wear, not a state occasion. Getting dressed for the king is not merely about function or even comfort. It is a performance, a layering of power, thread by thread. His clothes are stitched not just to warm him, but to separate him from the world, to make it clear that he is not of the same cloth. And when he steps into the hall, robes trailing, hands ringed, boots spotless, everyone who sees him understands the truth. This is not a man, this is a symbol. And symbols are always well dressed. One man dresses in a single wool tunic, patched beyond recognition. The other is wrapped in layers of tailored elegance. The peasant gets dressed while standing, shivering beside a smoky hearth. The king is dressed by others, warmed by the fire he never has to feed. But both, beneath it all, are still just men. One clothed in discomfort, the other in performance. One wrapped in survival, the other wrapped in image. Both bound by thread, though only one can afford to ignore the seams. You step outside, and the cold hits like a slap. The door swings on tired hinges, and the air is sharp enough to sting the inside of your nose. You squint into the early light. The sun isn't up yet, not really. Just a pale smear on the horizon. Your breath clouds in front of you like smoke. You don't need a clock to know the time. Your bones do that for you. The yard is a mess of frozen ruts and old straw. Chickens peck lazily near the woodpile. One of them is limping. You make a mental note to check its leg later. You won't. There's no time. Your day begins not with a plan, but a list of obligations stacked like firewood. Uneven, unstable, always about to topple. First, you check the animals. The pig is rooting through what remains of the compost pile. Its eyes follow you warily, like it knows it's next on the menu if winter doesn't ease up. It's probably right. You refill its trough with scraps, turnip skins, old leaves, and a few spoonfuls of yesterday's porridge crusted onto the side of the pot. The pig eats with more energy than you'll have all day. The firewood pile is low again. You grab the axe from its spot against the wall, the handle smooth from use, the blade nicked and dulled. You trudge toward the tree line, feet sinking slightly into frozen mud. You've been harvesting from the same grove all winter. Each day you go a little farther in. Each swing of the axe feels heavier than the last. You gather what you can carry: broken branches, bark, even damp twigs. Everything burns if you're desperate enough. You haul it back in bundles on your back. No sled, no cart, no mule. Just you. You stack it haphazardly near the door. It won't last a week. Then water. Always water. You walk to the stream with a bucket in each hand. The water is clearer than it should be. A bad sign. That means fewer fish, fewer frogs. You draw it up in silence. You slip once on the icy stones, and your knee slams into the mud. You swear under your breath. The water sloshes. One bucket spills. You don't refill it. You just go home. Back at the hut, your wife is spinning wool by the hearth. The children are up now, huddled near the fire, watching her fingers work the spindle with slow, practiced movements. The baby cries. She doesn't stop spinning. You change into your working tunic, the one with fewer holes near the knees, and wrap a cloth around your head. There's work waiting in the Lord's field. There's always work, and always for someone else's benefit. You walk the mile to the manorial land, shoulders hunched, hands in sleeves. Others walk beside you. Men you know, men you don't talk to. Conversation is a luxury for men with energy. You save your breath for labour. Today's duty is muck spreading. The stench is overwhelming. You breathe through your mouth and try not to gag. You shovel slowly, methodically, spreading dung across frozen soil in the name of future fertility. You don't ask how much you'll be paid. You won't be. This is part of your feudal obligation. Corvée labour. You owe the Lord so many days a year, and today is one of them. You'll get a nod, maybe some leftover grain if he's feeling generous. You won't complain. You've seen what happens to men who do. In the medieval manorial system, peasants were expected to work their lord's land in addition to tending their own. The balance was impossible. Your own plot withers while you sow his wealth. But to protest is to starve. By midday your hands are raw. Your legs tremble. You've relieved yourself behind a tree and wiped with leaves. Your stomach groans. Lunch is whatever you brought. A crust of bread, a clove of garlic, a slice of dried turnip wrapped in cloth. You chew slowly, seated on a rock, watching the Lord's reeve ride by on horseback. His boots shine. Your knees are stained with filth. You finish eating. There is more work. There is always more. The king's duties begin in the great hall, long after the servants have finished setting it in order. Tall windows spill coloured light across polished floors, and the air is fragrant with herbs scattered to mask the smell of too many bodies in too little space. A scribe stands ready with a scroll. The steward approaches, bowing low. The first item on the agenda is a petition from a noble family requesting permission to build a new mill. The king listens, then gestures. Let the advisors argue. He'll decide once they've worn themselves out. He settles into the high-backed chair, not quite a throne, but elevated nonetheless, and sips wine from a goblet carved with a royal crest. His robe is thick velvet, his fingers heavy with rings. A clerk begins reading aloud the list of grievances from the local burghers. The taxes are too high. The roads are impassable. Bandits stalk the woods again. The king nods occasionally. Mostly he thinks about lunch. A messenger arrives from the northern border. There's trouble, as always. The baron is late with his levies. The peasants there have been refusing to work. He asks if soldiers should be dispatched. The king raises an eyebrow. Only if the harvest is in, he murmurs. The medieval king was not always a tyrant. His days were often consumed with small, grinding details, managing trade routes, hearing disputes, confirming marriages, ensuring vassals remained loyal. His power was vast, but not absolute. Even a king needed to maneuver. Through politics, through custom, through the church. A priest approaches with a sealed letter from the bishop. More concerns about heresy in the southern shires. A wandering preacher has been stirring up unrest. The king sighs. He'll let the Inquisition deal with that. The court jester interrupts with a joke. No one laughs until the king smirks. Then the room erupts with polite chuckles. He listens to a minstrel perform a new ballad, half paying attention while his steward quietly counts out expenses from the last feast. The numbers are high, no one questions it. Then come the petitions from the commoners. A farmer with a broken fence and a neighbour with aggressive geese. A baker arguing with a brewer about grain prices. The king listens for a moment, then waves them away. Let the reeve sort it. A hunting party is scheduled for the afternoon. He looks forward to that. A break from the talking. But for now, he returns to his chamber to review letters. His own seal, his own wax, his own ink made from oak galls and iron salts. He doesn't write them, of course. He dictates. The scribe's job is to translate the king's words into something dignified. One letter to a cousin in France, another to the Pope, a third to a mistress in a border town. By late morning, he's spoken to 30 men, heard 20 grievances, signed 15 scrolls, and decided very little. But his presence is enough. He is king, and kings above all must be seen. One man begins his day by shoveling manure, the other by shuffling papers. One earns nothing and owes everything. The other owns everything and earns nothing. Yet both play their roles in a kingdom that demands performance. The peasant labours under the weight of his body. The king labours under the weight of his title. One cannot rest, the other cannot hide. The peasant's duties draw blood. The king's draw ink. You wake up already unclean. There's no moment of freshness, no scent of soap, no warm water on the face. Dirt lives with you. Not just under your nails or on your skin, but in your mattress, in your clothes, in your food, and sometimes in your blood. You don't notice it anymore. Or rather, you notice it constantly, and there's just nothing to do about it. There's a bucket in the corner of your hut. It's filled with grey water. the same used yesterday to rinse a bowl or wash your child's feet. You splash your hands into it, then rub your face. It's shockingly cold. You blink. Your skin tightens. You feel more awake, but not cleaner. Soap is rare. When it exists, it's made from lye and animal fat, coarse and stinging, and kept for special occasions. Your wife used the last of it weeks ago to wash linens before a saint's feast. She still has the blisters. You wipe your hands on your tunic, which is already soiled at the waist from firewood, ash, and pig feed. It doesn't matter. You smell like sweat and smoke and old wool. So does everyone else. Medieval peasants didn't bathe often, not because they didn't want to, but because there was little opportunity. No plumbing, no privacy. Water had to be carried, bucket by bucket, from streams or wells. Heating it meant burning precious firewood. The result? A full bath happened maybe a few times a year, more often in summer, less in winter. You couldn't waste warmth. The church preached cleanliness of the soul, not the body. Some monks bathed, but for the average labourer, a wash meant a quick splash of cold water on the face and hands. You've heard rumours of Roman baths, ancient places of steam and marble, but they sound more like fairy tales than history. You pick at the dirt in your fingernails. It's a pointless ritual. You'll be knee-deep in soil within the hour anyway. Your feet are cracked, your knuckles chapped. You have a rash on your leg that hasn't gone away. You think it might be ringworm, or just irritation from your hose rubbing the same spot every day. Your wife combs the children's hair with her fingers. You see a louse. She crushes it with a thumbnail and keeps going. The toilet is a pit behind the hut, half covered with old wood planks. In winter, it's frozen and dangerous. You squat beside it instead. Everyone does. No one speaks of it. Public latrines exist in larger towns, but they reek and overflow. Chamber pots are dumped into the street. You've seen someone throw waste from a window and yell, "Garde-lou!" a crude French warning to clear the path. You didn't move fast enough. Tooth care? You chew on a mint sprig if you can find one. Some folks use cloth to scrub with ashes. Most just lose their teeth before 40. You run your tongue along your molars and feel one wiggle. You spit and there's blood. Again. The village healer. Not a doctor. Just an old woman with herbs. Told you to drink nettle tea. It didn't help. She also said to sleep with a toad under your pillow. You didn't try that one. Disease is constant. Boils, fevers, coughs that never quite go away. One of the neighbour's sons died last week. Fever and vomiting, they said. Might have been bad meat. Order water. Or God's will. You check the baby's forehead. Still warm. Not burning, but not right. Your wife hasn't said anything, but you see the fear in her eyes. You know people who carry dried herbs in pouches around their necks to keep away miasmas, bad air. The priest says illness is a punishment. The healer says it's the weather. You say nothing. What's the point? Your neighbour claims he went 6 years without getting sick. Then his foot turned black. He died 3 days later. You dunk your head in the water trough to rinse your hair. It doesn't help. You smell like a man who works for a living. You always will. And still, you go on. Because there's no alternative. The king wakes not to filth, but to fragrance. His chambers are swept twice daily by servants using bundles of herbs, thyme, rosemary, lavender, scattered across the stone floors. They don't just freshen the air. They're believed to ward off illness. Clean smells, they say, make for a clean body. He sits beside a basin of warm water. A servant dips a cloth, wrings it carefully, and wipes the king's face and neck. Another dabs at his hands. The water is infused with rose petals, orange blossoms, sometimes vinegar. It smells like luxury. Unlike peasants, the king does not carry his own water, nor does he walk to the bathhouse. The bath comes to him, in the form of a large wooden tub lined with linen sheets, filled with heated water poured from brass pitchers. He bathes when he wishes, sometimes once a week, sometimes daily. It's his choice. Soap is not just available, it's imported. Bars come from Castile, made with olive oil and lye, scented with citrus or pine. It lavers softly, it does not sting. The king's skin is pampered with oils afterward to prevent dryness. Almond oil, if it's in stock. Goose fat, if not. He is rubbed with cloths made of fine linen. His hair is brushed with a boar bristle brush. His nails trimmed with care, checked for signs of illness. Cleanliness for royalty is not merely comfort. It's an extension of health, of status, of godliness. His physicians, university trained, perhaps in Paris or Salerno, believe the body has 4 humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, black bile. Balance is key. They advise the king to avoid dampness, excess wind, spoiled food. He is bled periodically to restore equilibrium. He follows a regimen known as regimen sanitatis, rules for healthy living. Moderate food, rest, gentle movement, fresh air, no overexertion. The body, they say, must be tended like a garden. His teeth are cleaned with a cloth dipped in wine or vinegar, sometimes ashes or crushed herbs. He rinses with sage-infused water. Bad breath, the doctor says, can signal internal decay. He listens, even if he finds it tedious. Illness is still a threat, of course. Even kings get fevers. Even kings die of the plague. But when he falls ill, he is surrounded by care, poultices, prayers, leeches, tinctures brewed in silver pots. When he coughs, 5 men listen. During outbreaks, the king retreats, to the countryside, to the coast, anywhere but the city. He closes the gates, no visitors. The poor die in the streets. He reads about it in letters. He hears tales of entire towns falling ill, entire villages vanishing. He commissions a prayer, a mass, a candle to be lit. And he dines as usual. Cleanliness to him is visible. It is scented. It is symbolic. And above all, it is managed by others. The peasant scrapes the mud from his heels with a stick. The king scrapes the dirt from his nails with ivory. The peasant smells of animals, ash, and labour. The king smells of citrus and rose water. One body is raw from cold water and coarse wool. The other is cradled by steam and silk. But both, in the end, bleed. Both, when cut, scar. Both, when struck by plague, fall the same way. And death, whether in a straw bed or a gilded chamber, does not care for soap. Leisure, for you, is a strange word. It sounds like something for other people. Softer lives, softer hands. You don't have leisure. You have pauses. Gaps in labour where your body aches too much to move, and your thoughts shuffle through boredom and pain. Still, even the lowest peasant finds a way to break the monotony. Because if all you ever do is work, eventually, you forget why you bother to survive at all. The first and most common form of entertainment. Talking. Not idle gossip, although that exists, but stories. Tales told by the firelight when the work is done, when the children have quieted, and the pot is empty. You don't own a book. You can't read, and neither can anyone else you know. But you've heard stories passed down from your grandfather about saints, demons, dragons, and long-dead kings. Some tales are morality fables. Others are barely held together nonsense about animals who outwit the devil. All are told slowly, dramatically, with long pauses and widened eyes. They don't have to make sense. They just have to make you forget your hunger. The village also entertains itself with song, not in melodies you'd find in a cathedral, but sharp, rhythmic chants. Simple lyrics, easy to remember, often lewd, always local. You know a dozen that mention someone in your hamlet by name. You sing while you work sometimes, not because it's fun, but because it helps the time pass. Festivals, when they happen, are the height of joy. The church calendar provides structure. Feast days, saints' days, holy days. These are your sanctioned excuses to stop labouring, to drink, to dance, to gather in the square with others and pretend the year isn't dragging its weight across your back. During the feast of St. Martin, the villagers roast what meat they can spare. You once saw a pig's head carried on a platter, its eyes replaced with onions. Children danced around it. Someone juggled turnips. You drank too much ale and vomited behind the church. It was the best night of your year. Games exist too. No boards, no tokens. Just rocks, sticks, and imagination. You've played Catch the Goose, a game that mostly involves chasing a terrified bird across a field while people laugh. You've bet on who can lift the biggest log. You've watched grown men wrestle in the mud for nothing but pride and scratches. Sometimes a travelling performer passes through. A juggler, a puppet show, a man with a monkey who does tricks for coin. You watched one swallow fire once. You're still not sure how he survived. You didn't have a penny to give him, but you stood in the mud for an hour and watched in silence. And then, of course, there's ale, weak, cloudy, sour, brewed in barrels that have never been cleaned, served in mugs that have never been washed. But it works. It dulls the edge. On a good night, you sit with neighbours, nursing the drink, and listening to someone attempt a dirty joke that's too long and poorly told. You laugh anyway. Not at the joke, at the effort. Drunkenness isn't frowned upon exactly. It's expected. Your lord drinks too. The priest may warn against excess, but even he accepts a cup during feast days. You've danced in the dirt, barefoot, with someone else's wife. You've sung songs you don't remember. You've fallen asleep under a tree and woken up with leaves in your mouth. It isn't much. It's barely anything. But for a few hours it's enough. For the king, entertainment is an institution, an extension of power, taste and spectacle. It isn't simply about enjoyment. It's about control, presentation, dominance of boredom itself. Each day the king has choices. Music, sport, hunting, dining or the theatre of politics. Each a stage upon which he performs his identity as ruler. In the late morning, a minstrel plays in the solar. Lute, harp, flute. Trained hands plucking chords composed to soothe or flatter. The melodies are composed by professionals, copied by scribes, and performed by those who know their lives depend on the king's reaction. He listens idly. Sometimes he closes his eyes, not out of appreciation, but out of boredom. Then he waves a hand and says, "Enough." The room empties. Later he walks in the gardens. These aren't wild hedgerows like those outside the peasant's hut. They are curated spaces. Ornamental herbs, sculpted topiaries, fountains imported from Italy. Everything arranged to remind him of order, his order. He plays chess with a visiting noble. The board is made of inlaid ivory and lapis. The pieces are hand-carved. The game is long, slow, half conversation, half test. He wins because he must. The noble doesn't mind. He was never trying to win anyway. In the afternoon he hunts. The royal hunt is not a necessity. It's not about feeding the court, it's theatre. He mounts his horse, bred for stamina and speed, wearing a leather doublet, gloves stitched with his crest. Hawks ride on gloved fists. Hounds run ahead. Horns sound. The forest clears for him. The animals are driven toward him by beaters. Peasants with sticks, shouting and stomping through a brush. When the deer appears, he looses his arrow. If he hits, it is a great shot. If he misses, it was a great shot that narrowly missed. The record will reflect it either way. At the end of the hunt, there is a feast. The boar is roasted whole. Game birds are dressed in their own feathers. Wine flows freely. This is not survival, this is abundance. A display of divine favour. The medieval king's court often included jesters, acrobats, storytellers, and even magicians. These performers were well trained, many travelling across kingdoms. A single misstep, a poorly told joke, an insult taken too far, could mean exile or worse. But if they succeeded, they might dine near nobility, gain patronage, or receive a gift of land. He watches a performance. A troupe enacts a play from a distant city, perhaps Paris or Prague. The themes are familiar: betrayal, honour, God. He applauds at the end, even if he barely followed the plot. The hall echoes with approval. No one asks if he enjoyed it. In the evening he may read. Not aloud, that is for clerks. But he listens to books being read to him. Tales of ancient Rome, romances of knights and maidens, treatises on theology. He asks questions occasionally, not always expecting answers. Then music again. Then a warm bath. Then sleep. Entertainment is not rare for him. It is constant. And yet he is often bored. The peasant laughs because it might be the only joy he feels all week. The king laughs because it's expected. One dances in the dirt, in bare feet, to the rhythm of a friend slapping a barrel. The other dances in a hall, gilded and perfumed, to strings and harps. One sings to forget the hunger. The other listens to singers to fill the silence. The peasant waits all year for a single feast day. The king feasts every day and longs for something new. Yet both, in their own way, seek the same thing: to forget for a moment what they are. You wake hungry again. You went to bed with hunger sitting in your gut like a stone, and it's still there, just dulled by sleep. The idea of being full feels like a memory from another life. Maybe you were full once, a festival day, a neighbour's wedding, but most mornings, like this one, your stomach starts out quiet and gets louder by the hour. You stir the pot hanging over the hearth. It's yesterday's pottage, still warm from the coals, thick like glue and brown like mud, bits of barley, a turnip chunk, a wilted leaf. You ladle a scoop into your bowl. There's not much left, so you give the bigger share to your eldest child. He doesn't thank you. He just eats like a dog that doesn't want to be seen. Pottage is what you eat. Morning, evening, sometimes cold in the middle of the day, if there's enough to spare. There's no recipe. It's whatever you have, boiled for hours until it can't be picked apart. Barley and oats are common. Sometimes beans, peas, leeks. If you're lucky, a scrap of fatback or a bone for flavour. Usually not. Bread is next if there's any. Yours is black and hard, made from rye and barley. Grains that grow better in poor soil, the kind you farm. The flour is mixed with water and salt if you have it, then baked into rounds or flat cakes in the communal oven if you remembered your place in line. There's grit in the bread. Stone ground flour always leaves a bit behind, and it wears your teeth down year by year. Your molars feel dull now. One is starting to crack. You chew anyway. Slowly. Carefully. You drink ale. Everyone does. Not the strong stuff. What you have is weak and cloudy, more like fermented grain tea than anything intoxicating. But it's safe. Safer than the river. The well went bad last month, and you still remember the sick child who didn't make it. Boiling water takes firewood, and firewood takes hours. Ale it is. Meat is rare. Maybe once a month you buy a scrap from the tanner. A cut too fatty to cure, or too bruised to store. You boil it with roots and pretend it's a feast. Sometimes your neighbour traps a rabbit. You pretend not to notice. Hunting's forbidden unless you're a noble. The punishment for poaching a deer is death. For a rabbit, a beating. For a swan, you don't want to know. Your pigs are gone. Sold off after the last frost destroyed the root cellar. Chickens are easier to keep, but they don't lay in winter. You used to trade eggs for cheese. Now you just eat the eggs, when there are any. Cheese is a summer luxury. Milk turns too quickly this time of year. On holy days, there's more to eat. Saints' feasts, harvest festivals, weddings. These are the times you remember with your eyes closed. Bread stuffed with onions. Roasted goose. Baked apples dripping with honey. It doesn't last, but it burns into memory. You've told your children stories of the last Michaelmas feast as if it were legend. Some peasants barter with their produce. You trade leeks for butter, cabbages for fish. The fish is salted, rough on the tongue, but keeps well. You once found a coin at the roadside and bought a fig at market. 1 figure. You sliced it in 4 and let your children each have a piece. They still talk about it. Your food doesn't travel. Nothing comes from farther than a day's walk. You don't know what olives are. You've never seen a lemon. Spices are a rumour. Pepper? For princes. You flavour with herbs you grow yourself. Thyme, mustard leaf, horseradish root. You salt when you can. More often you don't. Your wife cooks. She stirs, strains, kneads, and lifts pots that steam her face red. Her hands are always red and cracked. Your eldest daughter helps, scraping pots and tending the fire. Meals are more work than reward. You eat in silence, or with quiet murmurs. No time for talk. You eat to finish. And when it's done, you thank God, whether you mean it or not. Then you go back to work. The king eats whenever he chooses, or rather, whenever the schedule of the court allows him to be fed with ceremony. Meals are more than nourishment here. They are theatre, statements. A feast not just for his guests, but for the idea of monarchy itself. His food is prepared in vast kitchens beneath the castle. Whole departments exist to coordinate the supply of game, fish, vegetables, spices, bread, and wine. There are master cooks, assistants, pastry makers, poulterers, fishmongers, sauce chefs, spit turners, butterers, cupbearers, and food tasters. Each has a rank. Some have apprentices. Many serve for life. Bread arrives first, white and soft, made of wheat grown on royal estates and sifted through fine cloth. This is manchet bread, made only for the rich. It's served warm, sliced thin by a specialist. He carries the knife like a knight might carry a sword. Next come meats. Spit roasted boars, larded hares, herbed venison, wild birds cooked in wine and cloves. There are pies with layered fillings, pigeon, pear, dates, and veal. each crust sealed and stamped with the royal crest. Everything smells of spice: nutmeg, ginger, cinnamon, saffron. Spice is more expensive than gold. The king does not eat from wooden bowls. His dishes are pewter, silver, or gilded ceramic. His goblets are etched glass or ornate metal, often studded with stones. He drinks wine from Aquitaine, Cyprus, Burgundy, imported by merchants who bribe their way into court favour. There is fish, always fish, even on meat days. Salted sturgeon, eels in almond milk, baked trout garnished with violets. On Fridays and fast days, when meat is forbidden by church law, the cooks become even more inventive. Whale meat is considered fish by decree. So is beaver tail. So are frogs. A theologian once argued that barnacle geese, born of driftwood, were also fish. Feasts are long, 3, sometimes 4 hours. Each course ends with an entremet, a kind of edible entertainment. A model castle made of pastry. A roasted peacock redressed in its feathers, set ablaze with brandy. A pie that, when opened, releases live birds into the hall. The king eats little of each dish. A few bites, a taste. He's not eating for hunger. He's eating for demonstration. His physicians monitor his consumption carefully. He is advised according to the theory of the 4 humours: balance between hot, cold, wet and dry. Roast beef is hot and dry. Fresh apples are cold and moist. Food must be chosen with care, lest it unbalance the king's body, or worse, his mind. Sometimes he is bled before a meal. Sometimes he fasts. Sometimes he indulges. But always the meal is recorded, chronicled, observed. If guests are present, and they often are, they watch the king eat first. They do not begin until he does. They are served less lavish versions of his dishes. They watch his face for signs. Did he like the quail? Was the sauce too sharp? Should they compliment the chef? After the meal, his hands are washed in rosewater by attendants. A perfumed cloth is offered. A minstrel plays. A servant recites a list of expenses incurred. And then with a nod, he stands. The meal is over. The performance is complete. The peasant eats scraps and roots and salt. The king eats peacocks and pears in wine. The peasant prays for enough. The king prays it's not overdone. The peasant eats what he can find. The king chooses what others search for. But both, under wool or velvet, in draughty huts or gilded halls, must eat. Both rely on others. One on the land, the other on men. Neither can live without the hands that grow, gather, kill, and cook. The difference is who gets to rest afterward. You wake with the name of a saint on your lips. You're not sure which one. There are too many. Saint Cuthbert? Saint Isidore? The one your wife prays to for healthy births? Or the one your neighbour swears healed his cow's leg? They blur together. Their images are painted badly on wood or carved in the stone at the chapel. Flat eyes and bent fingers, holding books, staffs or babies. They all look tired. You feel the same. Religion is not something you think about. It's something you live inside, like the weather, like the mud. You cross yourself before you eat. You mumble prayers before bed. You know the Lord's Prayer, though half the words don't mean anything to you. You know the Creed. You know that Sunday is for church, and that missing it gets you noticed. You know the priest smells like wine and speaks in Latin. Latin, a language you do not understand. The priest reads from his book with a voice like a chant, rising and falling like the wind in the eaves. You nod, you kneel, you stand, you sit, you say amen. It's all by rhythm, like a dance you never learned, but have done all your life. The church is cold, always. Stone walls, no fire. Just candles, a rough altar, and the echo of old prayers. You sit on a bench and think about your chores. You don't mean to, you just do. The church tells you what to eat and when to fast. It tells you when to mourn and when to celebrate. There are dozens of feast days, but most of them mean kneeling more, not eating more. On Fridays, you don't eat meat. During Lent, you eat less of everything. Advent is for waiting. Easter is for singing. Christmas is for huddling close to the fire. The priest is not poor. He has a servant, a fat goose, and shoes without holes. He doesn't till the soil, but he talks about sin with the confidence of someone who's never had to lie for a crust of bread. Still you listen. He buries your dead. He blesses your fields. He might even know your name. When things go wrong, when a child is born sick, or a cow refuses to milk, or the weather turns against you, you look for meaning, for punishment, for sin, for someone to blame. You tie herbs above the door, light a candle, leave a coin at the chapel. You mutter to St. Bridget, or St. Blaise, or St. Jude. You aren't sure which one helps with fever. You try them all. You've heard of people who stopped going to Mass. They vanished, or starved, or had their thatch catch fire in the night. You don't test those stories. Superstition isn't separate from faith. It's just the part the priest doesn't talk about. Your wife hangs charms over the cradle. Your neighbour buries nails at the corner of his field. You carry a bone in your pouch, just in case. The seasons change with the saints. Michaelmas brings the harvest. Candlemas starts the thaw. Midsummer's Eve is a night for fire and fear, when spirits walk and old magic stirs. You've jumped over the fire with bare feet. You've thrown salt into the ashes. You've whispered things you wouldn't dare say aloud. There's a woman outside the village, an herbalist, maybe more. Some say she's a witch. Others say she's just clever. You went to her once when your youngest was sick. She gave you a sack of dried nettles and told you to burn it while singing. You did. The fever broke the next day. Coincidence? God? Her? You'll never know. That's the point. You believe because belief is what keeps you sane. Because it gives shape to fear. Because if you don't believe, what's left? Just cold, just hunger, just death? So you believe. Even when you doubt, you believe. The king prays too, but his prayers are written by others. In the chapel attached to the royal palace, he kneels on cushions, surrounded by marble and stained glass. He holds a prayer book, a psalter illuminated in gold and crimson, with saints drawn in miniature. The words are in Latin, but he has been taught them since childhood. He knows when to bow, when to pause, when to look solemn. His faith is not just personal, it is political. Monarchs in medieval Europe ruled by divine right, their authority sanctioned by God, their power confirmed by coronation and anointing. To doubt the king was to doubt heaven itself. The king has confessors, bishops, and chaplains. He speaks with archbishops about church lands, tithes, theological debates. He funds monasteries and orders mass for the souls of his ancestors. He appoints clerics. He consults with Rome. He does not question doctrine, he shapes it. He observes holy days with ceremony, Easter, Christmas, Corpus Christi. The palace fills with clergy, incense, chant. Meals are altered, penances assigned, gifts offered to shrines. The performance is elaborate and necessary. But the king's religion is not always about belief. is about structure, about order. The Church records births, marriages, deaths. It legitimizes rule. It grants approval. It threatens excommunication. For the king, the Church is an institution, a partner and a rival, a mirror of his own power. Still he believes, in his own way. He believes because the system would collapse if he didn't. He believes in divine order, in moral duty, in eternal reward. And yet he too fears what lives outside the liturgy. He fears omens, eclipses, comets, strange births. He fears prophecy, dreams, the muttering of madmen. He wears relics under his cloak, a saint's tooth, a splinter from the true cross. His armour has a cross etched inside the breastplate. He believes it protects him. He consults astrologers. He reads horoscopes. His advisors tell him which days to travel and which to avoid. Before battle he fasts. He hears Mass. He takes communion. He believes it will turn the tide. When plague strikes, he orders public prayers. He funds processions. He closes the city gates. He retreats to the countryside. He commissions masses for the dead. Thousands of names read aloud, night after night. He has seen what faith looks like in desperation. He has seen villagers flog themselves in the street, begging God to spare them. He has seen men weep in front of statues. He has seen the bones of saints carried through mud. He believes, but he does not trust. He rules the body of the realm. The Church claims the soul. And both know that if one crumbles, the other soon follows. The peasant clutches a wooden cross and whispers a desperate prayer. The king kisses a jewelled crucifix and signs a royal decree. One lights a candle for luck. The other funds a cathedral. One is told that suffering brings salvation. The other is told that power confirms holiness. Yet both fear the same silence after death. Both kneel in different places, on different floors, wearing different clothes. But both pray to the same God. And both hope they are being heard. You wake before the light, not from a rooster's crow, he's late as usual, but from the sound of your joints cracking as you roll upright on a straw mattress that smells of mildew and years of sweat. You rub your eyes. Try to remember if today is your turn to haul water or your son's, and reach for the same coarse tunic you wore yesterday and the day before. You are not free. That's not something you say out loud. It's not a thought you entertain often. But it lingers in your ribs, in your hands, in the rhythm of your life. You are a serf, bound to the land. Not a slave, not in name, but near enough that the difference hardly matters. Your lord owns the ground beneath your feet. You simply borrow its surface, one furrow at a time. Today's labour is predictable. Muck the stalls, collect firewood, repair a fence flattened in the storm. Tomorrow it might be threshing grain in the manor's barn, or ferrying a barrel of ale to the Reeves' house, or helping with the sheep. Work does not rotate with fairness, only with need, and need never sleeps. Each season comes with its own torment. Spring is planting, endless hours hunched over rows of soil, pushing seeds into earth still clinging to winter's chill. Summer means harvest, and your fingers blister as you reap barley and hay until your tunic clings to you with sweat. Autumn is the rush to preserve, salting meat, storing apples, bottling what little beer you've brewed before it spoils. And winter? Winter is endurance. Cold seeps in through the thatch and into your bones. You wake stiff and hungry, go to sleep hungrier still. Most days you eat bread, not the white loaves of the rich, but dark, dense barley bread, flecked with grit from the millstone. Pottage if you're lucky, a stew of whatever you've managed to find or grow. Leeks, turnips, beans. A strip of bacon if you're blessed. Ale instead of water, because water might kill you. You have no tools of your own, just what's passed down or shared. A wooden plough with a cracked handle. A hoe tied with twine. A cart with one good wheel. If something breaks, you fix it, or you don't and make do anyway. Under feudal law, you owe the lord between 2 and 5 days of labour each week, depending on your agreement. This is called corvée labour, and it's not optional. You work his land before your own. You mend his fences, repair his roads, harvest his grain. Only afterward, if time and daylight allow, do you tend to your own meagre strip of soil. If you protest, you risk punishment. If you falter, you risk starvation. And then there are the taxes. You pay a tithe to the church, 1/10 of everything you grow. If your harvest is bad, the tithe remains the same. The priest doesn't farm, but he eats well. You also owe banalités, or fees for using the Lord's mill, his oven, his press. Nothing is free. Even boiling water might require permission. Your wife labours just as hard. She spins, bakes, cleans, tends animals, nurses children, and still finds time to mend your socks. There's no rest for her either, nor for your children. The moment they can lift a bucket or shoe a goose, they work. No one asks you what you want to be when you grow up. You already are what you will be. A worker of land, a servant of someone else's estate, a man defined by how long his back can hold out. But sometimes there's a quiet joy. You finish digging a new furrow and step back to admire its line. You patch the roof with thatch that stays dry during the next rain. You build a chicken coop from scrap wood and watch your children gather eggs with giddy smiles. It's not ambition. It's not pride. But it's yours. You might think a king's life is idle, that he lies in silk, is fed by servants, drifts from banquet to banquet. That's true, some of the time, but ruling is work. Different work, yes, but work all the same. He wakes surrounded by functionaries, a chamberlain, a squire, a confessor, a groom of the stool. Every movement is observed, every word carries weight. He is expected to be the embodiment of divine order, the cornerstone of a realm stitched together by loyalty and law. His day begins with council. The royal household is a bureaucracy. Treasurers count coin, stewards manage land, scribes track correspondence. The king listens as they list problems. Border disputes, unpaid taxes, bad harvests, rebellious barons. He must decide what to do. His decision becomes law. He spends hours holding court. Some of it ceremonial. Knights seeking titles, nobles pledging fealty. Some of it judicial. Cases of land theft, marriage disputes, accusations of treason. His presence alone influences the outcome. One raised eyebrow can sway a sentence. Kings are also diplomats. He arranges marriages like chess moves. One daughter to seal peace with Aragon. A nephew sent to marry a distant duchess. Alliances made not with treaties, but with bloodlines. He governs warfare too. In times of peace he trains, reviews armories, sends funds to fortify castles, approves levy rosters. In times of war, he commands, directly or through trusted generals. Many medieval kings ride to battle themselves. Some die there. His signature controls currency. A decree to mint more silver coins, or to debase the currency slightly, ripples across trade networks. He must think like a banker, a warlord, and a priest. all while keeping the nobles happy and the peasants quiet. Even feasts are work. He sits at the centre, radiant with wealth, a living symbol of stability. His food is inspected, his wine poured by protocol. Every bite is a message. To eat too much is gluttony. Too little, ingratitude. He meets with bishops, abbots, and papal legates. The church is both ally and rival. The king may fund monasteries and cathedrals, but he's also wary of Rome's influence. A single excommunication can undermine his throne. Sometimes, in a quiet hour, the king reads, or listens to a clerk read aloud, books of law, chronicles, religious texts. He must be informed. Ignorance is weakness. He must also project health. A weak king invites rebellion. So he rides, he hunts, he leads processions, he is seen. Visibility is a kind of labour, exhausting, unending. Even his sleep is guarded, his dreams not fully his own. He doesn't dig ditches, but he holds a realm together. And that's no small task. The peasants' hands are calloused from earth. The king's are calloused from decisions. One sweats in the fields, the other sweats in the throne room. One's misstep means hunger, the other's misstep means rebellion. Both are watched, one by the steward, the other by his subjects. Both are punished, one by weather, the other by politics. The peasant works to endure, the king works to be remembered, but neither truly rests, and neither can exist without the other. You feel it before anyone else does, the way your breath shortens, the way your hands shake a little when you lift the pail. You try not to let the others see. There's too much to do. The firewood's low. The roof leaks again. There's turnip rot in the cellar. You sit more often, tell your children to fetch this or that. You smile when they obey, though inside you hate needing help. You were strong once. You worked from sunrise to nightfall. You built things with your hands. You never thought about how many winters were left until now. The pain gets worse. There is no doctor. There's no diagnosis. You do not know if it's your lungs or your liver or just your body deciding it's had enough. The midwife comes and gives you a tonic made of bitter root. The healer suggests nettle broth. The priest visits with a candle and a book. He asks if you are ready to confess. You are. Not because you think you've sinned more than anyone else, but because that's what you do. You confess. You receive the last rites. You try to die with dignity, even if the straw beneath you is wet and your wife is weeping into her sleeves. In medieval villages, death is part of life. The average life expectancy hovers around 35, but it isn't because people drop dead in their 30s. It's because children die often, and women die in childbirth, and accidents and illness don't wait. If you survive past childhood, you might live to 40, maybe even 50, but it's rare to see 60. Your family gathers. They're quiet. They don't ask questions. They know. You try to say something meaningful. A lesson. A joke. A goodbye. You try to remember your father's face. You try not to think of your dead son. You think about the fence you never fixed, and the new tools you can't afford, and the wheat you planted that someone else will harvest. There is no funeral procession. There's no tombstone. You're buried behind the church, maybe with a wooden cross, if there's time to carve one. The priest says words in Latin. You don't understand them. You hope God does. And what's left of you? A patched roof, a good rake, a son who knows how to tie a proper bundle of kindling, a daughter who still sings while she milks the goat, Maybe someone will name their baby after you. Maybe they'll say, he was kind, he worked hard, he never wasted bread. That is enough, because no one remembers most peasants. Not in books, not in songs, but the world they built, one rock and one bale of hay at a time. That stays standing. That's legacy. He feels it too, but he's not allowed to show it. A king dying is a dangerous thing. It unsettles the court. It invites ambition. So the royal physicians say he is only tired. The courtiers whisper that he is resting. His enemies wonder how long he has left. His body is failing, but protocol does not. In medieval Europe, royal death is a ritualized event. The king does not simply fade. He begins the transition. His bedchamber becomes a chamber of state. Attendants hover. Clerics arrive. The royal confessor is summoned. The windows are shuttered. The best relics are brought in. He is anointed again, just as he was at coronation, but this time with the oil of the dying. He confesses sins. He asks for forgiveness. He clutches a crucifix of gold and mutters prayers learned in boyhood. A scribe stands nearby to write down his last words, or at least something poetic enough to be remembered. The king's death must not be ordinary. If he ruled wisely, he is mourned. If he ruled poorly, he is endured until the last breath. But in either case, he is treated like a vessel of divinity until the end. His family gathers. Sons, if he has them. A wife, maybe two. A bishop reads scripture. Trumpets may sound in the courtyard. The realm holds its breath. And when he dies, really dies, the news is announced with fanfare. A black cloth is hung from the castle walls. Church bells toll across the countryside. Messengers ride to the cities. Nobles are summoned to court. The royal seal is broken. Then comes the body. His corpse is washed and dressed. Sometimes embalmed, sometimes not. Some kings have their organs removed. Some have their hearts buried separately. Some have their bones boiled to be transported without rot. He is placed in a coffin of wood, or stone, or even lead. A likeness may be carved in wax. A death mask taken. The funeral is pageantry. Dozens of priests. Hundreds of candles. Choirs singing psalms. Nobles in black. A procession of mourners. Some paid to weep. Some there to be seen. The coffin is carried on a cart draped in velvet. Horses wear black. The heralds cry out his name, title by title, as he is lowered into the tomb. He is interred in a royal crypt, Westminster, Saint Denis, spire, surrounded by ancestors, sealed in stone. His tomb is engraved with Latin verse, his image carved in marble. His sword may lie beside him. A crown may be placed at his feet. Sometimes he's buried with coins, relics, even jewels. His will is read. His heirs named, succession confirmed. But the kingdom does not rest. Wars break out over inheritance. Bastards rise to claim legitimacy. Queens remarry. Parliaments quarrel. One king dies. Another takes his place, always. And what remains of him? A law that bears his name. A cathedral funded by his tithe. A portrait in a dusty hall. Maybe a chapter in a chronicle, penned by a monk who never met him. But more often, his memory fades, overwritten by the next war, the next tax, the next king. The peasant lies beneath earth and stone. The king lies beneath gold and marble. One is buried by neighbours, the other by nobles. One rests beside a ditch, the other in a crypt, but they are equally still. Time forgets them at the same speed. The world turns without them. Grass grows over the grave. Language shifts. Stories blur. In the end, legacy isn't a statue or a monument. It's the echo of your labour. The bread you baked that fed a child. The wall you built that stood another winter. The law you passed that outlasted your bones. The song someone still hums without remembering where they learned it. All things fade, but some things endure. In work, in memory, in silence. And when both the king and the peasant have crumbled to dust, the only difference is how long it takes the wind to blow their names away. It begins with a knock on the door. Not yours, mind you. You don't get to knock. That privilege belongs to your husband, or your father. Perhaps a clergyman with a worried expression. They're knocking on the heavy oak doors of a Victorian asylum, and you are inside the carriage, waiting. You've been acting strangely, they say, crying too often, laughing at nothing, reading French novels with too much enthusiasm. You refused meat at dinner. You stayed in bed too long, or you got up too early. You forgot to smile at the vicar. Whatever it was, you were seen. And in Victorian Britain, being seen was enough. The year is 1875. England is industrious, soot-stained, and certain of itself. The asylum system is in full swing, governed by the Lunacy Act of 1845. Under this law, every county must provide an institution for the mentally ill. They were called lunatic asylums, a term applied rather liberally. In practice, it encompassed everything from melancholia and hysteria to epilepsy, homosexuality, alcoholism, and grief. Yes, grief. Too much mourning could be a sign of madness. Now, it would be lovely to say you're being brought here voluntarily, but legally there's no such thing. Even if you did walk through the gates of your own free will, even if you begged for help, the moment your name is entered into the ledger and your clothing is taken, your freedom is over. The process is simple and horrifyingly quick. First, you must be certified insane by 2 medical men. No psychiatrist required. Your local doctor will do. If he's seen you cry more than twice in a week, that'll count. Then comes the paperwork, reception order, statement of facts, medical certificates. These are signed, sealed, and delivered to the asylum, usually before you've had a chance to pack. Sometimes the decision is based on kindness. Parents terrified their son might hurt himself. A husband convinced his wife is slipping into melancholia. But other times, it's less noble. A political nuisance, a disobedient wife, or a sister inconveniently fond of poetry can find themselves committed. After all, the diagnosis is not tested in court. There is no trial. Merely the conviction of 2 men with pens. When the carriage arrives at the asylum gates, the mood shifts. You're no longer patient nor passenger. You are property of the institution. The gatehouse smells of coal dust and rain. A porter in a frayed uniform checks the paperwork, flicks a glance at you, not cruel, just bored, and you are escorted inside. The doors close behind with a mechanical finality. You have crossed the threshold. You will not cross it again without permission. The entrance hall is austere, not grand but clean. The walls are painted a pale institutional green, the floor scrubbed with carbolic and elbow grease. A gaslight hums somewhere overhead, casting shadows across an iron radiator that groans as it heats. You are asked to sit. You are watched. And then your name is called. Not your full name, of course, just your surname. You are no longer Miss Clara Whitmore. You are Whitmore, patient 1087. Your clothes are taken, catalogued, folded, and placed in storage. You are issued a uniform, plain, grey wool, scratchy at the cuffs and seams. Your belongings are not allowed unless deemed safe. Jewellery is confiscated. Books, if permitted, are to be religious or moral in nature. Pens are removed. Mirrors, certainly not. Then comes the examination. A matron or nurse, often unsmiling, sometimes kind, asks you to undress. The room is cold, the walls echo. A doctor arrives, male, older, detached, and performs his duty with the efficiency of a man who has done this hundreds of times. He checks your pupils, your heartbeat. He asks questions with no warmth. Do you believe people wish to harm you? Do you hear voices? What is the date? You do not know the date. You were too upset to check the newspaper this morning. He makes a note. Later he will write a report. Patient appears disoriented. He may also write, patient is well spoken but evasive, possibly delusional. Or patient is defiant, resists questioning. Defiant is a red flag, of course. Insanity never comes with self-confidence in the minds of these men. It comes with obedience, tears, and an apology. You are assigned to a ward. If you are poor, it will be a pauper's dormitory. Long rows of narrow iron bedsteads with horsehair mattresses, separated by thin curtains or nothing at all. The window is barred, but open just enough to let in the chill. There are 20 other women, most silent, some muttering, and one who sings to herself in Latin. You are shown to your bed. You do not ask for a blanket. You are given one, and you are expected to be grateful. If you are lucky, well-connected, middle class, you may have a private room. It still smells of disinfectant and damp linen, but it is yours. The wallpaper is peeling. A cracked basin sits beneath a small mirror. The mirror is bolted to the wall. You are instructed not to spend too long looking into it. The ward is quiet at night, not silent, never silent. There is the occasional sob, the creak of a bed frame, the rustle of sheets, the heavy footsteps of the night attendant. The gas lights are dimmed, but never extinguished. Total darkness is considered dangerous, as is total freedom. In the morning you are woken at 5, not with a bell, but with motion. The ward doors swing open and the attendants begin their rounds. Bedclothes are pulled back. Basins filled. If you resist, you will be noted as uncooperative. If you weep, you will be told to compose yourself. Breakfast is at 6, porridge, bread, weak tea, silence. Then comes work, the cornerstone of Victorian asylum life. You may be assigned to the laundry, or the kitchen, or the needlework room. You may sweep floors or peel potatoes. Work is considered therapeutic. It distracts the mind from madness. It also, conveniently, saves the institution money. If you are a man, your experience differs slightly. You may be assigned to the garden or joiner's shop. You will repair shoes or build furniture. You may, if stable enough, help dig graves in the asylum cemetery. Yes, they do try to keep the work meaningful. Once a week, you see the superintendent. He is the head doctor, a gentleman of a scientific ambition and a firm belief in the order of things. He asks if you feel better. You say yes. He asks if the voices have stopped. You say yes again. He smiles. He makes a note. Patient improving. You think perhaps this means you may go home soon. You're mistaken. Improvement is not release. Not yet. You must be assessed multiple times, and your family must agree to take you back. If they do not, you remain. Sometimes for months. Sometimes for years. Sometimes until the end. Some patients never belonged here. Some did. But the line between the two is faint and easily crossed. A woman may be grieving her child, and found too sad. A man may speak too loudly at a political rally and found too passionate. A servant may suffer seizures and found too unruly. Once inside, they are all the same. There is a little dry joke among the attendants. When a new patient arrives and asks, "How long must I stay?" they reply, "Until you're better." And when the patient asks how they'll know they're better, the attendant says, "When you're quiet." Not cured, not joyful, just quiet. And there perhaps lies the real fear. That in a world ruled by formality and fear of disorder, the worst crime is to disturb the peace, even with grief, or madness, or honesty. As the days go by, you learn the rhythms. You keep your head down. You rise when told. You sleep when allowed. You learn who to avoid. The man who thinks he's Napoleon. The woman who stares without blinking. The nurse with fingernails too clean. You make no trouble. You do not cry. You say the right things. You do not ask for books. Eventually, you are granted small privileges. A walk in the garden, a biscuit on Sunday. Perhaps you are permitted to write a letter. It will be read before it is posted. And slowly, very slowly, you fade. When, if, you are released, it is with little ceremony. You are given your clothes, faded now, and the gate creaks open once more. The world beyond the wall feels louder than it should. The sky is too blue, the people too fast. You are no longer mad, they say, but you do not quite feel well. And should you act oddly again, a strange word, a weeping fit, a refusal of pork at dinner, you know the knock on the door may come once more. Now that you're inside, and the doors have shut behind you with a rather unforgiving clang, it's time to have a look around. After all, this is to be your home for the foreseeable future. And if the superintendent's ledgers are anything to go by, quite possibly your final residence. Victorian asylums were not built in haste. Oh no, they were vast, sprawling institutions, designed with a disturbing mix of benevolence and control. When you first see it from the outside, it may resemble a country manor. Arched windows, ivy-covered bricks, and towers that scrape the grey sky. It almost looks comforting, like somewhere you might come to recover from a long illness. That illusion evaporates at the gate. Let us begin with the architecture. A typical asylum in Victorian Britain was built to accommodate at least 300 patients, though many held far more. The pavilion plan was popular, a series of long corridors branching from a central hub, designed to separate patients by diagnosis, class, and gender. These corridors were sometimes called spokes, and the asylum itself likened to a wheel. Not a comforting metaphor, considering the tendency of such institutions to trap one in endless circles. The windows are tall but barred. This was explained as a safety measure, naturally. The fact that they also prevented escape, well, that was just a fortunate coincidence. Doors were thick, heavy, and locked with keys carried only by the attendants. The key ring was worn like a badge of rank. It jangled wherever the attendant walked, a metallic warning of authority in motion. Let us now move inside. The main entrance hall is large and undecorated, walls painted a shade somewhere between despair and linoleum. You'll find gaslights flickering faintly overhead, casting long shadows on the floor, which was either stone or hard-polished wood, scrubbed daily with carbolic acid. The scent is unmistakable, sharp, medicinal, and clinging. It clings to your clothes, your skin, your thoughts. Each asylum had a central administrative block. That's where the superintendent had his office. A place of wood panels, leather-bound ledgers, and books with titles like Observations on Insanity Among the Lower Orders. The superintendent was usually a man of status, a medical gentleman with firm beliefs and a well-waxed moustache. He was not to be questioned. Let's go down the corridor now. This is where the patients are housed. You'll notice the gender segregation is strict. Men on one side, women on the other. A shared wall may separate them, but never a shared room. The Victorians were deeply suspicious of mingling, particularly when it came to the allegedly unstable. Pauper patients, the poor, were kept in open wards. Long rooms filled with beds lined up in merciless rows. Iron bedsteads precisely 12 inches apart. Mattresses stuffed with straw or horsehair. Bedding, if you could call it that, consisted of a single rough blanket. In the summer, you roasted. In the winter, you froze. Middle class or private patients had individual rooms. These were small, perhaps 6 feet by 10, but considered a luxury. A single bed, a basin, and a washstand. No lock on the inside, of course. The door could be opened at any hour by an attendant, often without knocking. Privacy was not a priority. Now, take a look at the communal areas. The day room was where patients spent most of their waking hours. It had long wooden benches, a few tables, perhaps a piano if the institution could afford such frivolity. Activities included sewing, knitting, silent reading, though only approved books, mind you. No poetry. No novels with passionate heroines. Religious tracts were always safe. The dining hall came next. Long trestle tables, tin plates, and the clatter of cutlery. Meals were silent affairs, monitored closely by staff. Patients were watched not just for manners, but for signs of deterioration. If you refused to eat, you'd be encouraged. Sometimes that meant spoon feeding. Sometimes a rubber tube and a funnel. The food, if you're wondering, was not designed for taste. Breakfast was porridge, thick, lukewarm and grey. Lunch might be boiled mutton with turnips, or a watery stew. Supper was bread, cheese, and tea so weak it resembled regret more than a beverage. It wasn't starvation, but it wasn't joy either. Let us continue through the asylum. You'll notice the smell changes room by room. Disinfectant mingled with human odour, occasionally interrupted by the harsh tang of lye soap. The laundry was in constant operation. Soiled linens came in daily, washed by patients under supervision. If you were a woman of quiet disposition, you'd likely be assigned here. The work was hard, but preferred. It kept your hands busy and your thoughts away from the barred windows. Now we arrive at the bathing rooms. Not spas, by any stretch. Baths were infrequent, typically once a week if you were lucky. The water was rarely hot. Bathing was supervised, and there was no privacy. Patients were stripped, scrubbed, and rinsed by nurses who had seen far too much. Modesty was irrelevant. Cleanliness, or the institutional version of it, was paramount. Further down, we pass the treatment rooms. These are not comforting places. There are high-backed chairs, sometimes with straps. Shelves with glass bottles of tinctures and tonics. A cold plunge bath. Not for relaxation, but for shock therapy. The theory was that sudden cold might frighten the madness out of you, or at the very least subdue you long enough for supper. One room in particular is worth noting. The seclusion chamber. Always painted white. Always with a single window far too high to reach. The bed is little more than a mattress on the floor. The walls are padded if you're lucky. If not, you learn quickly not to thrash about. Patients were placed here for shouting, weeping, or resisting medication, sometimes for their safety, often for the staff's convenience. Let's visit the chapel, shall we? Every proper Victorian asylum had one. Religion was considered essential to recovery, or at least useful in enforcing obedience. Services were held weekly. Patients were expected to sit in silence, hands folded, eyes forward. Hymns were sung, sermons delivered. Occasionally someone would weep quietly. That too was noted in the superintendent's book. One cannot ignore the grounds. Outside, if weather and behaviour permitted, patients were marched around in groups. Always in groups, never alone. Men raked leaves, women gathered herbs or worked in the gardens. There were benches spaced evenly along the gravel paths for quiet sitting. Not too long, of course. Loitering was frowned upon, even when institutionalized. The gardens were, in theory, therapeutic. In practice, they were often the only place one could glimpse the sky without bars. The air carried less disinfectant out here, and occasionally the scent of roses from the superintendent's private garden, a luxury strictly off-limits to patients. One imagines that rose bushes do not benefit from melancholia. Let us speak briefly of the staff. Nurses and attendants lived either within the asylum or nearby. They were overworked, underpaid, and trained more in discipline than compassion. Some were kind, others were not. A nurse's report could make or break a patient's case for discharge. As such, patients quickly learned how to stay in favour. Small smiles, downcast eyes, no sudden movements. Now, if you're wondering where... So, now that you've been shown your bed, your spoon, and your daily walk in the gravel circle, you might be wondering how exactly they determined you were mad in the first place. Well, sit tight. Today, we're going to explore the science, or what passed for it. Because in Victorian Britain, diagnosing insanity was something between a medical art and a moral judgment, often tilted slightly toward whichever direction benefited the family doctor, the local magistrate, or your husband. You see, mental illness didn't exist in neat categories. There were no brain scans or standardized psychiatric manuals. Instead, doctors relied on observation, character, and an alarming amount of speculation. And so, the moment you entered the asylum, you were not simply unwell. You were something else entirely, classified. Let's start with the Big Four. These were the primary diagnostic labels scrawled into thousands of asylum ledgers across Britain. 1. Mania. 2. Melancholia. 3. Dementia. 4. Monomania. Let's break them down. Slowly, of course. Mania was not what it is today. It didn't necessarily mean euphoria or high energy. No, in Victorian terms, mania meant excitable, agitated, or worse, opinionated. If you were loud, restless, had racing thoughts, or refused to sit still during your intake interview, you were likely to receive this label. Men got this diagnosis more often, but women weren't immune, especially if they raised their voice in public. Melancholia, on the other hand, was sadness. Not just grief, mind you. Persistent sadness, especially when it came without visible cause. Women were particularly susceptible to this diagnosis. If you wept too frequently, stayed in bed too long, or lost your appetite after a death in the family, and didn't recover on schedule, you were marked as melancholic. The preferred treatment? Isolation, cold baths, and spiritual reflection. Dementia in the 19th century didn't mean Alzheimer's. It simply meant cognitive deterioration of any sort. If you were forgetful, confused, or slow to respond, whether from trauma, illness, or poor nutrition, it was assumed that your faculties were declining. Incurably, of course. And then we have monomania, a charmingly vague term meaning madness about one thing. You could be entirely coherent in every aspect of life, but if you had a single fixed idea that didn't align with the norm, say, believing you'd written the next great epic, or that a local pastor was stealing your thoughts, that one obsession might be enough to land you in an asylum. There were more specialised terms, of course. The Victorians were nothing if not enthusiastic classifiers. We had moral insanity, religious insanity, hysterical madness, puerperal mania, madness after childbirth, senile insanity, epileptic insanity, alcoholic insanity, each a label, each with its own assumptions, and each conveniently vague enough to fit just about anyone, provided they were inconvenient enough. Let's linger a little on moral insanity. This particular favourite of the mid-century alienists described patients who weren't irrational, per se, just morally defective. That is, rude, unpredictable, sexually disobedient, too cheerful, too sombre, too irreligious, or in the case of women, simply too independent. One could be morally insane without ever raising their voice. You just had to want something you weren't supposed to. It's worth noting that gender played a significant role in diagnosis. A man who read obsessively might be considered a scholar. A woman who did the same could be seen as overstimulated, even unhinged. Women were more likely to be diagnosed with hysteria, a condition so broad it included fainting, laughing, crying, reading poetry, and showing any sexual desire whatsoever. The root of the word hysteria, of course, comes from the Greek hystera, womb. The idea was that a woman's uterus wandered around her body like a disobedient cat, causing all sorts of mischief. Bloating, hysteria. Weeping, hysteria. Headaches, libido, restlessness, boredom. All uterine, apparently. There's a rather telling case from 1871. A woman named Mary Hall was admitted to an asylum in Suffolk. Her file read, subject to talking rapidly, walking fast, and spending beyond her means. Has refused food and attempted to lecture the doctor. The diagnosis? Acute mania. The treatment? Seclusion, prayer, and warm milk. Recovery was not noted, but it wasn't all guesswork. Or at least, not entirely. Some practitioners attempted a more scientific approach. Endocrinology, the study of the shape of the skull to determine personality and mental illness. A bump behind the ear meant you were impulsive. A dip above the brow suggested poor moral reasoning. If this sounds like nonsense, that's because it largely was. But it was taught, published, and practiced with all the solemnity of actual medicine. There were instruments too, measuring calipers, facial grids, and jawline analysis. Some alienists believed they could tell if someone was prone to madness simply by the angle of their cheekbones or the size of their ears. It was medicine by geometry. Diagnosis was rarely a collaborative process. Patients were spoken to, or at. Notes were taken. Sometimes drawings made. Occasionally photographs were taken with long, slow exposures. The subjects sit unmoving, eyes dull. They rarely look into the lens. And once your diagnosis was inked into the ledger, that was it. It followed you everywhere. The staff read it, other doctors repeated it. Your family, if they visited, were reminded of it. Treatment was tailored to it. Discharge was delayed by it. Even the architecture of the asylum responded to your label. If you were deemed curable, you were placed in a ward with windows and perhaps a view of the garden. If you were deemed chronic, you were sent to the back buildings, dark, isolated, quieter, often out of sight and more often out of mind. And what about children? Yes, even children were diagnosed and confined. A boy with fits of rage might be labelled a lunatic. A girl who refused to speak was considered mentally defective. They were placed with adults, given similar treatments, and quite often forgotten. Perhaps the most tragic diagnosis of all was general paralysis of the insane. This was common among men, especially those in their 30s or 40s, and was marked by tremors, mood swings, and gradual collapse of mental faculties. Today, we know this as tertiary syphilis, but back then it was treated with warm baths and tonic wine. Prognosis: poor. Most died within months. One might assume the goal of diagnosis was to help, and for some doctors it truly was. The rise of moral treatment, a theory that madness could be eased through kindness, order and fresh air, was, in its way, revolutionary. The problem, of course, was in the practice. Moral treatment still meant no privacy, no autonomy, and punishments for disobedience. It meant being treated less like a person and more like a peculiar child in need of shaping. Your diagnosis could affect everything from your work duties to your meal portions, your bathing schedule, and your eligibility for letters. Some conditions were seen as violent, others as passive. All, however, required control. One mustn't forget the doctor's notebook, that sacred text. Every conversation was recorded, however brief. Patient smiled too readily. Patient spoke of dead mother again. Patient remained quiet, suspicious. There was no winning. If you spoke, you were too confident. If you didn't, you were sullen. There's a rather dry line in an 1886 superintendent's report from York. It reads, "Several female patients showing improvement. One asked for ink and was denied, lest she become overstimulated. Heaven forbid one gets too excited over stationery. And what of the patients who weren't mad? Surely some were sane? Yes, undeniably so. But the tragedy is this. Once you were diagnosed and committed, your truth no longer mattered. A sane person protesting their innocence sounded rather a lot like a mad one insisting they were sane. And so the diagnosis stood. It outlived protest, outlived logic, and sometimes outlived the patient. Let us suppose you've settled into the asylum, or rather, the asylum has settled into you. You rise when told. You eat what's given. You respond with the right amount of meekness when the nurse says, "Good morning." So far, you've been assigned a diagnosis. Perhaps melancholia, or moral insanity, or the ever-fashionable hysteria. But now comes the part you've been dreading, whether you know it or not. Treatment. Or, as it might better be titled, things done to you in the name of science. The Victorians believed deeply in remedy, not simply containment. It wasn't enough to isolate the mad. One had to cleanse, correct, and if possible, convert them back into orderly, God-fearing citizens. The methods for doing so were many. Some were well-intentioned. Others, well, perhaps less so. Let us begin with the oldest and the most trusted of them all, bloodletting. The idea was as old as Hippocrates. Imbalance in the body's humours, blood, phlegm, black bile, yellow bile, led to disease. In the case of madness, It was believed that the brain was overheated, congested. The solution? Release the pressure. A small incision in the arm. A few ounces drawn. Sometimes more, if the patient didn't faint too quickly. Leeches were popular too. Elegant, if you enjoy creatures that wriggle while they feed. They were placed behind the ears, on the temples, or on the spine. Quiet companions, but with a taste for the dramatic. Blistering followed a similar logic. Here, a chemical irritant, often cantharides derived from Spanish fly, was applied to the skin. It raised large, painful welts under the belief that the diverted pain would calm the mind. One might say it was an attempt to distract madness with misery, rather like setting your shoes on fire to cure a headache. Should that not work, purging was next. Castor oil, antimony, and yalap were administered to flush the bowels. Madness, they thought, might be stored in the gut. If they could empty the intestines with sufficient enthusiasm, perhaps the soul would follow. Of course, not all cures were so internally focused. Let us move now to the element of water, trusted by ancient physicians, and very much embraced by Victorian alienists. The cold plunge bath was perhaps the best known. Picture a large stone tub filled with water drawn from the well, unheated and unwelcoming. The patient, that is to say you, would be undressed, escorted in, and plunged unceremoniously under. The effect, they claimed, was calming. The effect, you might observe, was something closer to shock and gasping panic. Some remained in the bath for hours, wrapped in wet sheets, heads propped uncomfortably, water changed only when absolutely necessary. This was called the wet pack. You were essentially swaddled like an oversized infant and left to reflect upon your condition. Some patients slept, others screamed. Either response was noted. Then there were the douches. Not the hygienic sort, mind you, but rather a stream of cold water poured from a height directly onto the head or spine. The desired effect? Reawakening the senses. The actual effect? A profound desire to be anywhere else. If water didn't work, perhaps rotation would. The rotatory chair, inspired by Erasmus Darwin, grandfather of the more famous Charles, was precisely what it sounds like. A chair hung from the ceiling, suspended like a swing. The patient was strapped in, and then spun, sometimes slowly, sometimes quite enthusiastically. Some doctors claimed it produced unconsciousness within 100 revolutions. Others merely used it to inspire submission. It was said to rebalance the fluids of the inner ear. Patients mostly reported nausea, and the occasional vision of angels or devils. Now, if you happened to be suffering from what was considered a more delicate condition, for instance, female hysteria, your treatment would differ slightly. Enter the rest cure, made popular by Dr. Silas Weir Mitchell. It sounds pleasant, doesn't it? Like something involving blankets and warm soup. And it did, at first, but the rest cure required complete bed rest, for weeks, even months. No reading, no conversation, no writing, no visitors, no standing unless escorted. Meals were taken lying down, the body atrophied, the mind was expected to submit. This cure was most often prescribed to women of intellect, writers, artists, readers of novels. Those who found the constraints of 19th century womanhood a little too snug. The logic was simple. If the mind resists, the body will be restrained until it complies. The writer Charlotte Perkins Gilman underwent the rest cure. She later wrote The Yellow Wallpaper, a tale of creeping madness in a locked room. One might say the treatment worked a little too well. For men, especially those suffering melancholia or religious delusions, moral therapy was the gold standard. This approach was kinder in theory. Patients were encouraged to work, to engage in routine, to avoid idle thoughts. Gardening, laundry, letter writing, no restraint, if possible. But morality was enforced with all the rigidity of Victorian sensibility. If you failed to improve, failed to behave, then the leather restraints returned. The seclusion room reopened. You were helped back into discipline. By the mid-century, a more shocking option emerged: electricity. The earliest experiments used galvanism, named after Luigi Galvani, who famously made a frog's leg twitch with a jolt. In the asylum, electrodes were placed on the temples or spine. A gentle current was passed through, gentle being a relative term. The patient's limbs might jerk, their teeth clench. One might weep or laugh involuntarily. Some doctors took this as a promising sign. The machine itself was often wheeled in like a prized piano, shiny, brass-tipped, and mysterious. Alienists believed they were awakening dormant nerves. Patients believed they were being punished for sins they couldn't remember. Hydroelectric baths were also used. The patient sat in a tub, while mild currents pulsed through the water. A warm embrace, if your idea of warmth includes involuntary twitching. Still, others preferred more natural methods: air, sunlight, simplicity. The York Retreat, founded by Quakers, rejected harsh treatment in favour of calmness and prayer. Patients wore ordinary clothes, not uniforms. They dined with the staff. They walked in gardens. Their names were remembered. It worked, sometimes. But it was rare, expensive, and not easily replicated in the larger state-run asylums. Which brings us, inevitably, to restraint. Despite the supposed age of non-restraint beginning in the 1830s, led by men like Dr. John Connolly, who abolished physical restraints at Hanwell Asylum, many institutions quietly continued the practice. Straitjackets, muffs, leglocks, belts, handcuffs, and crib beds, a sort of adult-sized cage, were all used as needed. Often, the goal wasn't punishment, but convenience. A difficult patient needed watching. A strapped patient, less so. One might be confined for resisting food, or for shouting in prayer, or quite simply for asking to go home too many times. The justification was always the same: protection. Of the patient, of the staff, of the fragile order the asylum tried to maintain. Of course, not every treatment left physical scars. Some were psychological. Patients were encouraged, or forced, to confess to imaginary crimes, to renounce their delusions, to sit day after day in silence. The goal was to break the will, then slowly to rebuild it with obedience, order, and the occasional hymn. Were these methods effective? Well, that depends on how one measures success. Some patients did leave the asylum, some even said they felt better, but many, far too many, remained. Years turned to decades. Their treatment ceased to change, even if they did. Their case files gathered dust. Their diagnoses remained frozen. By the end of the century, newer ideas were emerging. Psychoanalysis in Europe, early neurology. But these had not yet reached the long halls of the county asylum. Here, you were still treated with carbolic, prayer, and cold baths. You were still silenced, still watched, still cared for by a system more interested in your stillness than your story. And so you endured the cures, one by one. The blister, the bath, the battery, each applied with equal parts conviction and confusion. After all, how do you fix something you cannot see? You simply try everything. and you do it again, and again, until the patient is quiet, or gone, or both. You may think that life inside a Victorian asylum was dramatic. Chaos, screaming, padded walls and flailing patients. But the truth, far more unsettling, is this. It was quiet, dreadfully, oppressively quiet. A life ruled not by chaos, but by routine. In here, the sun doesn't rise because it's morning. It rises because the night attendant unlocks the door at 5. Always 5. You're already awake, probably. Few people sleep well in a place like this. The beds squeak, the pipes groan. Someone weeps softly in the next bed. Another whispers to herself about crows. But at 5 o'clock, the day begins. Precisely. There is no alarm bell, just footsteps. The rustle of uniforms, the clatter of pails. You rise without being told. Not out of eagerness, but from long habit. Resistance is noted. Everything is noted. The wash basins are cold, always cold. Each ward has a row of them, chipped porcelain under a narrow window. The soap smells like coal tar and hopelessness. You scrub. Not because you feel unclean, but because someone will look behind your ears to see if you have. Dressing comes next. If you're a pauper, your clothing is institutional grey, wool in winter, cotton in summer. The fit is never quite right. Buttons missing. A hem let down too far. If you're a private patient, you may wear your own things, but only if they're deemed appropriate. No lace, no dark colours, nothing that suggests melancholy or extravagance. Breakfast is at 6. You file into the dining hall in rows, no talking. Just the sound of feet on stone, benches scraping the floor, and the dull murmur of a nurse giving out plates. The food is functional. Porridge, bread, weak tea. It arrives warm if you're lucky, and rarely with flavour. Butter is for the staff. You eat slowly, not too slowly. Finish everything. Leave nothing. Anything else might mean you're regressing. At 6:30, the day truly begins. 7 o'clock, assembly and supervised work you are expected to contribute. Idleness is not just wasteful, it is morally suspect. The Victorians feared what might happen if a lunatic were left with their own thoughts. So, you work. If you are a woman, you may be sent to the laundry, where enormous copper vats boil linen, and the air hangs heavy with steam and the sharp bite of lye. You scrub sheets until your hands blister. And if you do it well, and quietly, it may be marked in your chart as cooperative behaviour. Others are assigned to the needle room, repairing uniforms or sewing sheets. No embroidery, mind you, just straight lines, no flourishes. Flourishes suggest delusion. Men are often sent to the gardens, where they rake gravel paths into perfect lines, only for wind or footsteps to erase them hours later. Or the carpentry shed, where dull tools and heavy supervision keep both furniture and tempers from splintering. There is also work in the kitchens, boiler rooms, coal stores, and morgue, though the latter is rarely assigned, unless you are particularly well behaved, or particularly forgettable. 10 o'clock, inspection. The doctor arrives, sometimes the superintendent himself, sometimes a junior alienist with a stiff collar and eager notebook. You're called forward by surname, not by title. You sit straight, hands folded. He asks how you are feeling. There is only one correct answer. Better, sir. He asks if the voices have gone. If you had any, they have. For now. He writes something in your chart. You're not told what. Sometimes he asks you to read from a Bible or recite the date. Occasionally he performs a brief physical exam, checking your pulse, your tongue, your pupils, no privacy. You learn to detach. They are not examining you after all, only the madness that wears your face. 11 o'clock, walks and air. If the weather is mild and your behaviour has not offended anyone recently, you may be permitted outside. The asylum gardens are orderly, not lush. Gravel paths bordered by clipped hedges. Iron benches every 20 yards. Trees planted in rows. Nature here is not for pleasure. It is for order. You walk in a loop. Men with men. Women with women. No touching. No straying from the path. There is always an attendant nearby, jangling his keys like a metronome of vigilance. And yet it is the highlight of the day. The air smells of damp earth. A crow caws somewhere. You feel for a moment human again, even if your shoes are 2 sizes too large and your coat smells faintly of the last person to wear it. Noon, lunch. Back in the dining hall, the meal is heartier. Boiled meat, usually mutton, with root vegetables that have surrendered all texture. There may be broth, cloudy and lukewarm. Sometimes a boiled pudding, dense enough to bruise if dropped. Conversation is discouraged. Laughter is suspicious. Silence is safest. After lunch, you may be returned to work, or sent to the day room where you are to sit quietly and not disturb others. Newspapers are a privilege. Books must be approved. The Bible is always acceptable. Dickens is tolerated. Byron is not. There is a piano. Occasionally someone plays. Always hymns. No Chopin. No Wagner. A woman once tried to play something passionate. She was corrected. 3 o'clock. Recreation supervised. Sometimes the staff organises entertainments. A reading. A hymn-singing session. In wealthier asylums, a magic lantern show. Once a conjurer was brought in. He pulled a dove from a hat. The patients wept. It was the first unexpected thing they'd seen in years. More commonly, there are games, drafts, dominoes, no cards. Cards suggest gambling, and gambling leads to sin. In some institutions, dances were held monthly. Men on one side, women on the other. A nurse stood between them. The music was soft, the dancing stiffer than the punch. 5 o'clock. Supper bread. Cheese. Tea. If you're lucky, there is jam. If you're unlucky, the bread is stale. A man once asked for butter on his slice. He was placed in seclusion for agitated entitlement. 6 o'clock. Prayers. The chaplain reads a passage. You do not choose the verse. You bow your head. Even if you no longer believe, it is safer to pretend. Blessed are the meek, he says. You do not look up. 7 o'clock. To bed, back to the ward. Or your room, if you are fortunate. Nightgowns folded at the foot of the bed. The attendants begin their rounds. You climb beneath the blanket. It is thin in winter. There is no fire in the pauper wards. The private patients get coal, the poor get coughs. The lights are dimmed. Not off. Darkness is discouraged. Too much shadow invites madness, they say, as if it needed an invitation. Outside, an owl calls once. You hear it only faintly. The walls are thick. Everything here is thick. The walls, the silence, the air. And then the night begins. Night, you do not sleep well. No one does. There are sounds, whispers, soft weeping, the scrape of a bed leg, a muffled shout. Occasionally a scream, sudden, sharp, quickly muffled by footsteps, and a door that opens and closes without ceremony. If it is not your scream, you remain still. Sometimes the nurse makes rounds with a lantern. It flickers on each bed for a moment, then moves on. You are not permitted to lock your door, even if you have one. Privacy is too dangerous. You are watched even while dreaming. Repeat. And in the morning, 5 o'clock, the steps return. The day begins again. Each hour measured, each movement observed. Days bleed into weeks, weeks into years. And that is life in the asylum. Not madness, not violence, but repetition. A life made small enough to manage, predictable enough to contain. The Victorian asylum was not designed to cure. It was designed to keep still. And you now are very still indeed. In the eyes of the Victorian asylum, madness wore a dress. It stitched itself into corsets, whispered behind lace gloves, and bloomed, most inconveniently, just as a woman reached childbearing age. According to the doctors, of course. For women in the 19th century, the asylum was not merely a place of medical intervention, it was a social mechanism, a moral safeguard, and often a final answer to the inconvenient question of what to do with a woman who refused to behave. The diagnosis? That part was easy. She was hysterical, or morally insane, or suffering from puerperal mania, melancholia, or the deliciously vague mania without delirium. The treatment? Well, you already know how that goes. Let's begin with what the era believed about the female mind. To the Victorian doctor, a woman's mental health was deeply entwined with her biology, especially her reproductive organs. The womb in particular bore much of the blame. It was a migratory organ, apparently. It could travel inside the body, disrupting digestion, polluting thoughts, and instigating sin. This wandering womb, known since ancient times as hystera, gave rise to that infamous diagnosis, hysteria. A condition that could conveniently explain nearly any behaviour a woman might exhibit. If she cried too much, hysteria. If she didn't cry at all, hysteria. If she read too much, walked alone, laughed at the wrong moment, or declined a suitor, hysteria. And best of all, it was treatable. In theory. Often indefinitely. Consider Eliza B., age 31, admitted to an asylum in 1873, formerly a governess. Well-read, intelligent. She was brought in by her brother for what he described as dangerous independence. She had refused 2 marriage proposals. She had opinions about politics. She had taken to writing poetry. Her chart read, talks of liberty, refuses religion, reads novels. Diagnosis, moral insanity. Prescribed treatment, seclusion, needlework, supervised silence. You see, in Victorian England, mental illness in women was often diagnosed through the lens of impropriety. The more a woman deviated from the ideal, modest, docile, silent, the more likely she was to be labelled mad. Let's turn now to the admission process. How did a woman find herself locked behind asylum walls? The answer, most often, was by someone else's decision. A father, a husband, a son, a clergyman, a doctor. Any one of these could begin the paperwork. 2 certificates, 1 medical, 1 legal, and you were removed from society. No trial, no consent, just a signature. Some women were brought by force. Others lured in with the promise of a seaside trip or a new housekeeper's post. A woman could be institutionalized for grief, for postnatal depression, for menopausal symptoms, for epilepsy, for disobedience, for attempting to leave an unhappy marriage, or quite simply for being alone and poor. And once inside, there were no guarantees of ever leaving again. The asylum itself was divided strictly by sex. Male wards, female wards, separate buildings in many institutions, with separate staircases, courtyards, and even entrances. Interactions between the sexes were controlled, supervise, and often discouraged altogether. But the divisions went deeper than architecture. There was a difference in expectation. Men were to be restored to productivity, returned to work, to public life. Women? Women were to be returned to propriety. Their cure was not measured in employment, but in etiquette. Were they calm? Were they agreeable? Were they modest, humble, repentant? That was health, as defined by the asylum. Let's walk through the daily life of a female patient. Mornings began at 5, always 5. You were roused by nurses, washed in cold water, inspected for lice, illness, or signs of unrest. Your hair, if not already cropped, was brushed and bound. Then came breakfast. Porridge and weak tea, taken in silence, seated in long rows. You were not allowed to choose your seat, or your food, or your company. After breakfast, labour. The asylum was a factory, and women were the workforce. You boiled sheets in the laundry, your hands scalded raw. You scrubbed floors, sewed uniforms, patched blankets. Everything you touched belonged to the institution. And your labour? It was called therapeutic. Of course, should you protest, if your hands shook, or your fingers bled, or you simply sat down without asking, it was logged. Refusal of duty, patient sullen, suspected decline in moral resolve. Should you behave well, you might be permitted recreation, singing hymns, folding paper, reading approved texts, always religious, rarely poetic, no Jane Eyre, no Shelley, no romances of any kind. Your body too was regulated. Nurses tracked your menstrual cycle with clipboard precision. Any deviation from the calendar was noted. Late bleeding, increase in agitation. Menstruation aligned with outburst. Some doctors believed hysteria flared with the tides of the womb. Others tried to suppress menstruation entirely, with cold baths, restricted diets, or tight abdominal bindings. You were not consulted. And then there were the more extreme interventions. If you refused to speak, isolation. If you spoke too much, sedation. If you cried at night, chloral hydrate. If you screamed, cold packs, soaked in icy water, wrapped tightly around your arms, chest, and legs until the shrieking stopped. Or you passed out, whichever came first. And if nothing worked, if you continued to challenge authority, if you threw your doll across the room or refused to bow your head at chapel, then came the ultimate solution, surgery. From the 1860s onward, a small number of alienists began advocating for ovarian removal in female patients. They called it oophorectomy, and they believed that by removing the reproductive organs, they could silence the madness. Patients with excessive desire, hysterical outbreaks, or persistent melancholia were deemed eligible. The operation was crude, painful, and often deadly. Infection was common. Many women died within days. Others survived, but were left sterile, obedient, quiet. The procedure was rarely advertised in public reports, but it happened, behind locked doors, on operating tables stained with blood and ambition. And then there was puerperal insanity, a diagnosis reserved for women following childbirth. Symptoms included depression, hallucinations, refusal to nurse, or confusion. In truth, we now know it as postnatal depression or postpartum psychosis. In the Victorian asylum, it was seen as a moral failing, a woman rejecting her most sacred duty. Some women were institutionalized within days of giving birth, their children sent to relatives, or orphanages, or into the care of someone who simply didn't ask too many questions. Some recovered, some never saw their babies again. Now let us consider religion. The asylum was a spiritual place in its way. Chaplains held services each week. Psalms were sung, prayers said, morality reinforced. But religion had boundaries. Too little faith was cause for concern. Too much? A sign of delusion. A woman who fasted too long, or claimed to see angels, or insisted she'd been chosen by God. Well, she'd likely be placed in the excitable ward. It was a delicate balance. One must believe, but not too vividly. Some women were sent to the asylum for masturbation, or for being suspected of it. Others for immoral conduct, which might mean a love letter or an overheard moan in the night. Sexuality in women, particularly desire, was viewed as pathological. A man might be excused for urges. A woman, she was a patient, a danger to herself and others. Thus, the asylum became a kind of moral quarantine, a place where unacceptable women were sorted, labelled and softened, until they could either be released back into society or folded into the long-term ward, where time stretched on without resistance. Some tried to escape. A few climbed fences, bribed attendants, or simply walked out when no one was watching. Most were caught. Some were punished. Others vanished into statistics. Absconded. Missing. Presumed deceased. Inside, the female wards were filled with long silences. Patients sat in circles, mending linen that would never be worn by them. They folded bandages, braided their own hair, memorized verses, watched the nurses watching them. Some formed quiet friendships, sat on the same bench every day, smiled across the sewing table. Others withdrew entirely, stared at walls for hours, stopped speaking, or recited the same story over and over until no one listened. And yet, even within that stifled world, women resisted. Some refused food. Some refused to pray. Some screamed when no one else would. One woman tore up her hymn book and said she was rewriting Genesis. Another swallowed a teaspoon and smiled at the doctor who came to retrieve it. These acts, small, strange, inconvenient, were labelled symptoms. But sometimes they were all the patient had left. Eventually time flattened them. Their hair greyed, their charts grew thicker. Their families stopped writing. They were transferred to the chronic ward, given a number, fed on schedule, died in their beds. Sometimes their bodies were claimed. More often, they were buried on asylum grounds. A stone, a number, a line in the ledger. Let us pause here, because perhaps the most tragic thing of all is this. Many of the women in the asylum were never mad, only marginal, unwanted, too loud, too sad, too clever, too poor, too unmarried again, or too unwilling to smile on demand. The Victorian asylum didn't just treat madness. It defined it, confined it, named it after women. And in the end, it forgot them. Quietly, efficiently, with good posture and well-tended gardens. You can hear their footsteps long before you see them, rubber soles on stone floors, the soft jangle of a ring of keys, a cough, the shuffle of skirts or the clatter of boots. In the Victorian asylum, staff did not sneak, they loomed. Their presence was everywhere, yet somehow they remained just out of reach. Their hands held your medicine. Their eyes watched your behaviour. Their pens scratched your file, noting down your small outbursts, your progress, your silence. You could go weeks without a proper conversation, but you could not go 5 minutes without supervision. Let us meet them, shall we? At the top of the hierarchy sat the superintendent, the chief physician and administrative head of the asylum. He was a man of letters, often with a background in alienism, the then preferred term for psychiatry. And like many Victorian doctors, he possessed equal measures of scientific curiosity and unshakable authority. His word was law. He determined your diagnosis. He approved your treatments. He recommended your release, or, more often, didn't. Superintendents were expected to be part scientist, part clergyman, part governor. He presided over the asylum like a ship's captain, issuing orders from his office and inspecting wards with a slow, steady pace, nodding gravely. He might have spoken to you once, perhaps during your admission, and never again. Some were reformers. Dr. John Connolly, for instance, famously abolished mechanical restraints at the Hanwell Asylum in the 1830s, replacing chains with calming routines, proper food, and moral treatment. But for every Connolly, there were half a dozen whose reforms remained mostly theoretical, while the wards groaned under neglect. They wore frock coats, they read the Lancet, they believed in phrenology for longer than anyone should have, but they were, by and large, sincere in their mission to catalogue, categorise, and when possible cure. Next in line was the matron. If the superintendent was the head, she was the spine. She ruled the female wards with a quiet ferocity. Her boots were always polished, her skirts pressed, her hair tightly coiled in a bun that might very well have been welded there. The matron's duties included overseeing the female patients, managing the nurses, and maintaining order. She inspected everything: linens, hands, mouths, and heaven help you if your bed wasn't made with military precision. You were mad, yes, but that was no excuse for untidiness. She was part nurse, part drill sergeant, part mother, though rarely the warm kind. There are surviving accounts of patients trembling at her approach, not for fear of violence, but because she might simply disapprove. And in the asylum, disapproval was a kind of sentence. Her power was absolute, but quietly wielded. She enforced cleanliness. She ensured regular meals. She reported disobedience. She sometimes wrote letters to patients' families, though rarely with much warmth. Her job was to maintain order, not sentiment. She rarely smiled, but on certain spring mornings, if the sun filtered through the high windows just right and a patient had managed a coherent sentence, she might nod. And that nod, in this world, was everything. The bulk of the staff, especially in the lower wards, were male attendants and female nurses. They were not doctors. Most were not trained in any formal way. They were hired for their strength, reliability, and general obedience. Attendants worked 12-hour shifts, often longer. They administered meals, cleaned chambers, walked patients in exercise yards, and restrained those in crisis. They carried the straitjackets, they fetched the leeches, they turned the keys. Some were kind. A rare few read aloud to patients, smuggled in biscuits, or simply listened without judgment. But most were tired, overworked, underpaid, and trapped in the same walls as the patients, though allowed to go home at night. Discipline among attendants varied wildly. Some struck patients with impunity. Others took bribes from families to offer special treatment. A few, tragically, saw patients as entertainment rather than people. One patient in Colney Hatch described an attendant as a man who watched us with the eyes of a cat and the patience of a clock. It was meant as praise. The man was firm but fair. Another described being thrown into a cold bath after shouting in the hallway. The incident was not recorded in any staff ledger. At night, the asylum did not rest. It merely quieted. that muffled dark, the night staff moved. Night nurses walked the wards with lanterns, checking beds, calming fits, and ensuring that no one tried to escape through the lavatory windows. A surprisingly popular route, though rarely successful. They carried clipboards and oil lamps, wrapped shawls tight against the cold stone walls. Many of them were widows or spinsters, women with no other employment options. They were considered respectable, but expendable. Their work was solitary, often frightening. They were expected to manage violent outbursts alone until help could be summoned. In the stillness of the asylum night, the smallest sounds became magnified: the clink of metal, the creak of a bed frame, the whisper of breath. Some night nurses told of hearing voices in empty corridors. Others refused to discuss such things. They did their job, wrote their reports, and disappeared at dawn. Down by the entrance, half visible through the front hall, was the porter. He had one of the most overlooked, yet crucial jobs. He controlled the doors. He answered the bell. He received deliveries. He escorted visitors to the reception parlour. He was the last person patients saw on their way in, and the first they'd beg for release. The porter knew every route, every shortcut, every fire door. He also held the ledger, the thick, leather-bound book, where admissions and deaths were logged with precise, looping handwriting. He rarely spoke, but he saw everything. Though not medical staff, the chaplain was a fixture in many asylums. He conducted Sunday services in the asylum chapel, often sparsely attended, and offered spiritual counsel to those deemed stable enough to benefit from it. His sermons, delivered in steady baritone, were often about suffering, endurance, and salvation. He reminded patients that their pain had purpose, that their trials were known to God. For some, this brought comfort. For others, irritation. The chaplain also conducted funerals. These were small affairs: a coffin, a few staff, and a prayer. The patients who had known the deceased were usually not invited. The grounds behind the asylum grew quietly full. It would be comforting to say the staff were either good or bad, but like the rest of the asylum, the truth was greyer than that. Some nurses wrote poetry about their patients. One in Edinburgh wrote that she dreamt of one woman every night for weeks after her death, as if her soul had not yet left the room. Others inflicted punishments under the guise of discipline. One attendant at Lancaster Moor was dismissed for dragging a patient by the hair down a corridor. The investigation took 6 weeks. The patient's file had already been marked troublesome. At times, the line between patient and staff blurred. A former patient, released after 7 years, was later hired as a kitchen assistant in the same asylum. She stirred soup beside the matron, who once supervised her confinement. Even the superintendent could feel it, that quiet dread. One wrote in his private diary in 1882, "I sometimes wonder, in my silent walks through the dormitories, whether I too have begun to lose the tether of reason. The eyes of the patients, they reflect something I dare not name." The staff bore witness. They saw men retreat into silence, women lose language, children cry without cause. They watched first delusions, then resignation, then vacancy. And they kept notes. They also kept secrets. Abuse was rarely documented. Lapses in care were buried under euphemisms like accidental fall or unresponsive. Families were told only what was deemed respectable. But to some patients, a kind attendant could be a lifeline. a nurse who whispered their name gently instead of shouting it, an orderly who made sure they got the warmest blanket on the coldest night. These moments didn't make it into the ledgers, but they were remembered. Now imagine yourself among them, in your bed, eyes just open. You hear the matron's steps. You smell the faint coal smoke on the nurse's skirt. The superintendent's voice echoes from the hall, speaking Latin phrases to no one in particular. A key turns, a door opens. The attendant calls your name, or the version of it he can pronounce. It's time for your cold bath. You rise, because not rising has consequences. The floor is cold, your slippers are gone again. And the nurse does not meet your eyes this morning. She's tired. You understand. You're tired too. And the day has only just begun. You sit in a hard-backed wooden chair while the doctor scans your face, scribbling into his notebook with a long, scratchy pen. He doesn't ask how you're feeling. He doesn't ask what you've been through. Instead, he observes the tilt of your head, the tremble in your hand, the gap between your answers. Then he writes a word, melancholia, or maybe it's hysteria, perhaps dementia precox, perhaps you're simply listed as morally defective. The words matter, but not in the way you might hope. Because in a Victorian asylum, diagnosis is less about treatment than it is about classification. And once you are labelled, the label sticks. There were hundreds of entries in the record books, and more every year. The language was florid, speculative, and often revealing of more than just the patient's mind. It told you what society feared, what it didn't understand, and what it was desperate to control. Take hysteria, for instance. A popular choice for women, especially those with opinions. Symptoms included weeping, disobedience, refusal to marry, or a tendency to faint when being told what to do. Doctors could diagnose it from a single glance, often without speaking a word to the patient. Treatment ranged from cold water dousing to isolation, though some private clinics favoured rather more intrusive methods involving vibrating devices and supervised sedation. The term, derived from the Greek for womb, was quietly retired in the 20th century. But for the women committed under it, it lingered far longer. Melancholia was broader. Anyone could be melancholic. The farmer who stopped eating, the widow who wouldn't leave her bed, the poet who spoke only in whispers. Some saw it as a cousin to sadness, but others more worryingly viewed it as a kind of moral failing, a weakness of character. The cure? Fresh air, labour, cold baths? If that didn't help, restraint and darkness were available. There was mania, of course, defined broadly as excessive energy, disobedience, or shouting at the sky. Patients who ran instead of walked, laughed too loudly, or painted their walls with their soup might be diagnosed with acute mania. It required supervision, isolation, and often the use of restraints. A man once wrote 20 letters in one night and was committed for mania. The letters, sadly, were never posted. More specific diagnoses had their moment too. Religious mania became fashionable during revivals. A patient found praying too fervently, quoting scripture obsessively, or believing themselves chosen by God was considered afflicted. For this, the asylum offered not spiritual guidance, but silence and distance. Then there was puerperal insanity, postnatal mental illness. It was a genuine and deeply distressing condition, though often misunderstood. Women who struggled after childbirth, who heard voices or experienced paranoia, were committed for months or years. Many never saw their babies again. Epilepsy, today seen as a neurological condition, was listed in many asylums as a form of madness, not because of its symptoms, but because of the fear it inspired in others. Epileptics were often housed in locked wards, away from the rest. Some were restrained full-time. The seizures, it was believed, signalled demonic possession, or at least a dangerous instability. There were diagnoses so vague they bordered on poetry. Imaginary female troubles, novel reading, overstudy, and even excessive tea drinking. A woman in Bath was committed for excessive use of the intellect. Her case notes indicated she had written several essays on natural history. No mention of how the essays were received, only that she was subsequently quiet and uncooperative. She remained in the asylum for 8 years. Men, too, were not spared the vagaries of diagnosis. Drunkenness, once considered moral failing, became medicalised. The dipsomaniac was now ill, not wicked. This helped some avoid prison, though it rarely led to effective treatment. Delirium tremens, hallucinations from alcohol withdrawal, was common in the wards. So too were fights, broken windows, and blackened eyes. Masturbation was considered both cause and symptom. Victorian medicine linked it to insanity, weakness, and spiritual decline. Young men caught in the act were sometimes committed outright or sent to special facilities for correction. The belief persisted, reinforced by lectures, pamphlets, and the occasional bracing application of carbolic soap. The asylums themselves published annual reports, cataloguing patient conditions with grim pride. Tables listed causes: grief, fright, love affairs, poverty, sunstroke. One listed overexertion in the tropics, another blamed loss of a lawsuit. Diagnosis wasn't just about the mind, it was about context. A working-class man with delusions might be labelled a lunatic. A wealthy man with the same symptoms might be called eccentric, or better yet, melancholic. One could be treated at home, the other never seen again. And once inside, your diagnosis followed you. Every incident, every word, was interpreted through it. If you cried, it proved your melancholy. If you grew silent, it confirmed your catatonia. If you smiled, it was noted as suspiciously cheerful. There was no winning, only endurance. Files grew thick with observations. Nurses scribbled notes at the foot of beds. Patient refused dinner. Patient shouted at the window. Patient quiet but staring. Everything was evidence, even silence. There were also pseudoscientific measurements. The circumference of your skull, the slope of your brow, the shape of your jaw. Phrenology charts were consulted, and skulls mapped like strange landscapes. A bump behind the left ear might indicate destructiveness. A flat forehead? Poor reasoning. Photographs were taken too. Not for identification, but for study. Patients were posed against blank walls, often with slates identifying their case number and diagnosis. The expressions captured were not madness, but confusion, exhaustion, weariness, and yet they were entered into journals as evidence. Once labelled, your treatment followed suit. The melancholic might be assigned solitary walks. The hysteric received cold baths. The maniac, restraints. The dementia patient was left to wander the padded cell. The goal was not always recovery, but containment. There were reformers who questioned this. Henry Maudsley, for one, criticised the obsession with classification. He argued that madness was not a fixed thing, but a spectrum, affected by body, environment, and circumstance. But his ideas were slow to take root. the asylum system preferred labels. They fit nicely in files. They justified budgets. They explained away discomfort, even when those labels changed nothing for the person who carried them. There were rare instances of re-diagnosis. A patient might be moved from mania to hypochondriasis after 6 years, or from idiocy to chronic melancholia. The files would be updated. The treatment, rarely. Occasionally someone was released, their file stamped recovered or relieved. They went home, often to families who no longer recognised them, or to parishes that had already marked them as lost. Many returned within a year. Others vanished into workhouses or quietly died. Those who remained were sometimes moved, reshuffled like forgotten parcels. When an asylum reached capacity, patients were transferred to sister institutions, their diagnoses copied over in shaky handwriting. Some files were lost entirely. In the end, the diagnosis became a kind of grave marker. It summarised a person in a single phrase. It outlived them. It explained them, however poorly, to a world that had stopped asking questions. A woman died in 1893. Her file read, chronic mania, refused food, refused speech, died in sleep. That was all. Not her name, not her story. Just the diagnosis and the end. Today, if you sat in that same chair, the questions might be different. The doctor might look you in the eye. He might ask how long it had hurt, what had changed, what you feared. But in the Victorian asylum, you were not asked. You were defined. And once defined, you were filed away. In a long corridor. In a locked room. In a ledger thick with other names. Other labels. Other lives forgotten. In the Victorian asylum, time stretched on like mist in a locked corridor. Most who entered never expected to leave. Some didn't know they had arrived, and others, a small but restless few, refused to accept that this was their end. They paced the wards, watched the staff, memorised the hinges of the outer gates, and waited for opportunity, for carelessness, for a chance, however small, to run. This is the story of those who tried to escape. There's something deeply human about the instinct to flee. It doesn't require full sanity, only a sense that somewhere beyond the fence, life must be better than this. In some cases, that instinct burned white hot. In others, it smouldered slowly for years. But whatever the form, escape from a Victorian asylum was a dangerous game, because the walls didn't just keep people in, they kept everything else out. Truth, sympathy, and worst of all, memory. Let us begin with the architecture. Victorian asylums were not built for comfort. They were built for control. Long corridors, high ceilings, and iron-reinforced doors. Windows were often barred, or if not, made of thick leaded glass too high to reach without a stool. Floors were stone or linoleum, chosen not for aesthetics, but for the satisfying echo of footfalls, helpful when counting steps in the dark. And most importantly, the boundary wall. This was no quaint garden hedge. The perimeter wall, typically 12 to 15 feet high, encircled the entire grounds like a question no one wanted to answer. Some were made of red brick, others grey stone. All were topped with inward-facing spikes or broken glass embedded in concrete. One medical superintendent in 1867 proudly noted, "No patient has passed our wall since its elevation, not by force nor by ingenuity." He was wrong. Escape attempts were far more common than the official reports admitted. For each successful flight, there were 10 failures. And for each failure, there were 100 intentions. whispers in the dormitory, scrawls on paper, a stocking hidden under a mattress, tied into rope, and they came from all types, the melancholic and the maniacal, the criminal and the gentle, the delusional and the clear-eyed. Not all who ran were mad, not all who stayed were sane. Take John T., age 42, committed for religious mania, a former school teacher, prone to quoting scripture backwards and refusing pork. John observed the attendants closely, noted their habits, and one winter morning in 1882, while the staff changed shifts and the fog lay heavy over the airing court, he disappeared. He used a ladder from the gardening shed, stashed behind the tall wall weeks before. No one had noticed or cared. He was found 3 days later, half frozen, wandering near a canal. He told police he was on his way to Nineveh. He was returned, no longer allowed outdoors. The gardening shed was locked permanently. And then there was Miss Charlotte E., age 28, committed for moral insanity after repeated attempts to leave her employer's house in the middle of the night. Charlotte believed she was being poisoned. Whether true or not was never determined. In the asylum, she remained quiet for months, ate her meals, folded linens, smiled. Then one evening, during the weekly promenade, she darted behind the chapel and climbed the outer fence using a discarded pail and her own hands bloodied on the glass. She made it 2 miles before collapsing from exhaustion, returned, restrained, then relocated to the chronic ward for her own safety. Her chart reads, restless tendency, improved under confinement, no further attempts. One wonders what she saw in those 2 miles. What air tasted like after the ward. Whether she dreamed of it still. Not all escape attempts were so graceful. Some patients attempted to scale walls with torn sheets. Others dressed in nurse uniforms sewn from stolen linen. One man tried to walk out disguised as a visiting reverend, complete with a fake collar fashioned from a page of Psalms. He nearly succeeded until he asked for wine at the door and quoted the wrong gospel. He was detained, rebuked, and denied communion for a month. Not for the attempt, but for misquoting scripture. A particular concern for superintendents were women who tried to run. Victorian ideals placed women at the centre of the domestic sphere, but once inside the asylum, women were stripped of their femininity, and any effort to reclaim autonomy, especially physically, was considered doubly offensive. A woman climbing a wall? Scandalous. A woman walking alone along a country road? Indecent. Thus, female escapees were often punished more harshly. Seclusion, ice baths, and in some cases, removal of outdoor privileges altogether for all female patients. Because if one misbehaved, the logic went, perhaps they all might. Then there were the elopers, couples who attempted escape together. These were rare, but not unknown. In 1879, a melancholic woman and a male patient with erotic delusions disappeared during a Sunday walk. The staff believed they had fled together, although no proof of a plan was found. They were discovered 6 hours later, hiding in a barn. She was weeping. He was asleep. Returned. Separated. She was reassigned to the dementia ward. He was sent to seclusion for 10 days and denied tobacco for 3 months. Their names were never again recorded on the same day. Sometimes assistance came from outside. A sympathetic sister, a bribed attendant, a clever child with access to keys. One story tells of a patient who escaped dressed in a gardener's smock. It was later discovered his cousin worked on the grounds. The cousin was dismissed, the patient never found. Rumours placed him in Scotland, or America, or married with 4 children in Derbyshire. The superintendent simply wrote, "Lost to the record." But most escape attempts failed, some tragically. One woman, reportedly in good spirits, attempted to flee across a frozen pond behind the asylum. The ice cracked. She was found hours later. Her death was ruled accidental. Her chart updated with a final note. Previously restless, now at peace. Another patient, a deaf man institutionalized for idiocy, ran into the road and was struck by a horse-drawn coal cart. His death too was quieted. No inquiry. Just another line in the book. What drove them? Hope, of course. Or fear. Or clarity. The cruel kind that comes when you realise no one intends to come for you. But also the knowledge that the outside world, however unforgiving, still held the illusion of freedom. The asylum was orderly, yes. Clean sometimes. Predictable, always. But it was not freedom. Every room was watched. Every word could be recorded. Every action questioned. In the asylum, even the birds were locked behind glass. The staff, of course, had their own views. Some admired escapees in secret. A nurse once whispered, "If they can climb the gate, they deserve the view." Others were less charitable. To them, escape attempts were proof of illness, evidence of poor moral training, a reason to increase medication or cut outdoor privileges for all. No one liked a reminder that the walls weren't perfect, that sometimes, just sometimes, a soul inside remembered what it meant to resist. And let us not forget the escapees who returned willingly. There were a few. One man left during a delivery, walked 5 miles, ate a meat pie, then returned. Said he'd forgotten how loud the world was. Too many voices. Too many choices. He preferred the quiet, the routine, the same gruel every day, the same voice reading proverbs. He died 6 years later. Peacefully, they said, in the bed nearest the window. By the late 19th century, escape prevention became an obsession. Locks were upgraded, uniforms more closely monitored, staff trained in rapid response, gardens were redesigned, with sunken fencing invisible from the patient side. A trick of landscape, like a painting that only revealed its cruelty when you stepped too far. Dogs were considered at some institutions. Motion alarms, brighter lanterns, anything to preserve the idea that the asylum was secure, not just physically, but morally, that those within were here by right, that their place was appropriate, that no one could, or should, want to leave. But escape still happened, because minds are not so easily contained. Some left through physical means, others left only in spirit. 1,000 small rebellions, refusing to speak, refusing to pray, eating the flower from a bedside vase, refusing to sleep. These were their own escapes, ways of saying, "You may hold my body, but not everything else." One patient sang opera every Tuesday, whether allowed or not. Another claimed to be the Queen and demanded tea with the matron. Both were denied their requests, but never stopped asking. Perhaps the saddest truth is this: even escape didn't always bring freedom. Many who fled were recaptured, some injured, some forgotten. Some never made it past the asylum gates, stopped by fear or fog, or the realization that the world no longer remembered them. Others returned voluntarily, not because they missed the place, but because it was, at last, the only place left that knew their name. And so the walls endured, the gates, the guards, the routines. But so did the hope that maybe one day the door would open for the last time, And someone, anyone, would choose to walk through it, not as a patient, but as a person, whole, free, remembered. In the end, nothing lasts forever. Not even stone, not even silence. The Victorian asylum, once the beating bureaucratic heart of moral reform and medical ambition, would not survive the 20th century unscathed. Its wards would empty. Its chapels would fall quiet. Its ledgers would gather dust. And its ghosts? Well, they never left. This is the story of how the doors finally opened. Or at least, stopped being locked. Let us begin with numbers. By the close of the 19th century, asylums across Britain were bursting at the seams. Hanwell, Colney Hatch, Broadmoor, the West Riding Asylum, all filled with thousands of patients. In 1900, the asylum system held more than 100,000 people in England and Wales alone. It was one of the largest peacetime institutions ever created, larger than the army, larger than the church. But with size came stagnation. The great dream of curing madness had faded into routine, and routine into inertia. For every patient treated, 10 more arrived, diagnoses expanded, definitions blurred. You might find yourself admitted for melancholia, or for epilepsy, or for disobedience to husband. And once inside, the chances of release grew slimmer each year. People no longer spoke of healing. They spoke of management, of stability, of the status quo, until slowly the outside world began to notice. At first, the criticism came in whispers, letters in newspapers, columns in medical journals, sermons given by ministers who had once walked those halls. One of the earliest and sharpest voices was that of Dr. John Charles Bucknell, a former superintendent himself. By the 1870s, he was publicly lamenting the state of British asylums. "We are building prisons and calling them hospitals," he wrote. Others echoed the sentiment. "There was no cure behind a locked door," said one Member of Parliament in 1889. And by the early 20th century, reformers were knocking loudly. New ideas emerged, new language too. Mental hospitals began to replace asylums in official documents. Alienists became psychiatrists. Moral management gave way to scientific treatment. These weren't just words, they were rebranding, an attempt to scrub away the rot of centuries. The Lunacy Act of 1890 codified admission procedures, requiring judicial oversight for many cases. The Mental Deficiency Act of 1913 created categories for those deemed feeble-minded, shifting many into separate institutions. These laws, while flawed, marked a turning point. The state was no longer merely locking away the mad. It was trying, or at least pretending, to understand them. World War I brought its own kind of reform. Soldiers returned from the trenches with what we now call PTSD, but which then bore names like shell shock, war neurosis, or simply nervous collapse. These men, decorated, wounded, broken, could not be treated like the chronic lunatics of old. They needed rehabilitation, therapy, respect. Their presence in the system forced change. Doctors began to explore talk therapy, hypnosis, and, eventually, pharmaceuticals. Some patients were no longer just housed. They were studied, interviewed, listened to. And it became clear not all madness was permanent, and not all madness looked mad. Yet still, the walls stood. The asylums remained vast, cold, overcrowded, understaffed, underfunded, overwhelmed. Patients still slept 12 to a ward, still lined up for gruel. still wandered airing courts in dressing gowns that never quite fit. A new coat of paint, perhaps? A new name over the gate? But the bones were the same. Then came the Second World War, and with it, devastation and distraction. Many asylums were repurposed as emergency hospitals, bomb casualties, gas attacks. Mental illness was temporarily shuffled out of sight. After 1945, Britain's National Health Service was formed, and for the first time, mental hospitals were absorbed into a national framework. In theory, this meant better care, more oversight, uniform standards. In reality, it meant the end of the asylum dream. There were no longer funds for sprawling estates with deer parks and chapels. No more money for sweeping lawns and bathing machines. What had once been monuments to Victorian paternalism now looked very much like liabilities. Patients were still dying, still disappearing, still forgotten. In 1957, the Percy Commission concluded that the asylum model was outmoded. By the 1960s, voices grew louder. Care in the community became the new mantra. Why keep people behind stone walls, reformers argued, when they could live in halfway houses? In family homes? In local clinics? Prime Minister Harold Wilson's government began to quietly prepare for asylum closure. Not with fanfare, not with apologies, but with bureaucracy. A file here, a transfer there, a budget cut, a new policy memo. The death of the asylum came not with fire, but with forms. For the patients who remained, life became stranger. Wards grew emptier. Staff retired, not replaced. Garden sheds collapsed. The piano in the rec room lost its last playable key. Some patients were moved to hospitals, others to group homes. Some, tragically, were released without support, ending up on park benches and railway stations. The Victorian asylum, for all its failures, had kept people fed, contained, sheltered. Without it, many found only confusion, and silence of a different kind. By the 1980s, closure was a policy. One by one, the asylums shut their gates. The Royal Earlswood, Cane Hill, Lancaster Moor, St Mary's, all gone. Some were demolished, others converted into luxury flats, the irony of which went mostly unremarked. Old day rooms became wine bars, mortuaries became yoga studios, wards became walk-in closets. And through it all, no one quite knew what to say. There were no memorials, no plaques, no formal apologies, just stone buildings rotting beneath ivy, the sound of pigeons echoing where once there were screams. And what of the records? The ledgers? The charts? The names? Many were lost, burned, misfiled, deemed non-essential. A nurse might find a stack of notes in a basement filing cabinet, yellowed with age, a name, a diagnosis, a final line, patient expired. Unclaimed. What became of them, we do not know. They had no graves, no children, no legacy, only footnotes and silence. A few former patients told their stories, in books, in interviews, on stages, but most remained quiet, out of fear, or shame, or simply the unshakable knowledge that no one would believe them. I was there for 23 years, one man said in a 1990 interview. No one ever asked why. And so the Victorian asylum faded, not in flames, but in erosion, not destroyed, just outlived, by time, by change, by the quiet refusal of the world to keep looking the other way. But not everything was lost. A few things remain, if you know where to look. In the archives of medical colleges, there are photographs, rows of patients, hands folded, eyes unfocused. In the woods behind old hospital sites, you'll still find boundary walls, thick with moss, a door that leads nowhere. a rusted hinge, a gate that swings for no one. And sometimes, if you pause long enough, you'll hear a whisper. Not a ghost, not a memory, just a breath, like someone waiting to be remembered. Because the asylum was not a place, it was a world where the rules were different, where voices were suspect, where identity was reduced to a diagnosis, where kindness was rationed like soap, where silence was currency, and time was endless. It was not good. It was not evil. It was simply what happened when fear wore the mask of care, and care forgot how to ask questions. South, why wouldn't you last a day in a Victorian asylum? Because the food was grey. Because the air smelled of lye. Because your name could be misspelled and never corrected. Because the walls watched. Because the staff were tired. Because the silence was heavy. Because the prayers were rehearsed. Because the endings were always the same. Because once you were in, no one rushed to get you out. They meant well, some of them. The reformers, the doctors, even the architects drawing elegant floor plans under gaslight. They wanted to fix things, to bring order, to preserve dignity. But they built cathedrals to confusion and named them after hope. And now they are gone, swallowed by time and ivy and progress. But still, in the stillness of the right corridor, in the shadow of a crumbling stone wall, you might remember, not the buildings, not the staff, not even the diagnoses, but the people, their hands, their dreams, their quiet rebellions, their final lines in ledgers no one reads, and you might feel for a moment the weight of what it means to be forgotten.